Region 1. I don't know why I feel like I need to defend the stability of Dwarf Fortress, but I did do that 11-hour stream of nothing but world gen, and I think I had 1 or 2 crashes out of 11 hours of just generating worlds. This means Elves faction's got a buff? I don't know. We'll see. It's very hard to, like, even speculate right now, because all this stuff is so new. I mean, obviously you need your woolly mammoth riders to be wearing woolly rhino armor. Okay, what are my options for civs? We got the simple glove, the oracular irons, the bronze tour, who are dead. So the bronze tour are just done. Okay. And then the canyons of splashing. I quite like the simple glove, even though they're pretty. King, that looks like a goblin. What's Legends? It's a chronological history of the world. Should I look at Legends? Yeah, why don't we look at Legends? See if I can spot any dinos. What's up, Idle Villager? I feel like a woolly rhino loincloth would be itchy. That's my suspicion. Well, right off the bat, I'm seeing dragons, colossi, rocks, naturally. Chaos worshippers. Bunch of 40k fans up in here. Forgotten Beasts, the huge. What happened to you? Fought with a bunch of dwarves? The Wheels of Dawn and the Oracular Irons. Was struck down by a dwarf in Manor Buried in the year 184 after killing 14 dwarves, as well as a bunch of unimportant dwarves and some cats and a yak. I'm going to scroll down until I see a notable dinosaur, is what I'm going to do. Of course, we got a bunch of gods. The Plague of Thieves. The Bad Seduction was created by Rakust, which is, of course, a legendary fine pewter slab. It's most often depicted as a female dwarf and associated with murder and death. Starting a new fort for dinos. That is the plan, Tungdill. Your world, will your world be playable with this update, or do I need to make a new one? Every world since Dwarf Fortress released on Steam is still playable with this update. But you are likely to be missing parts of the content. I'm sorry, Bear Devil? Rifa the Romantic was a bear devil. He was the only one of his kind. A large one-eyed bear twisted into humanoid form. He has a bloated body and his chestnut hair is long and straight. You will beware his poison sting. He was associated with depravity, trickery, treachery, lies, and lust. Honestly, checks out. And he was struck down by a human in prison trees. Well. Rip. Struck down Lolar, Fate Kobold, the Wayward Greed of Guilt, the Dwarf Grim One. That's fun. Still just gonna scroll up. We got a dwarf we got dwarven necromancers. I'll be honest, I'm kind of really hoping that I'm gonna find a god or something that's like a dinosaur. Oh, we got sloth devils, oh that's pretty dope. Witch spider, the evil nightmare? Which spider has the evil nightmare, chat? It's up to you to figure it out. We've got the elven forces, the feral colors. Vesh, dwarven goddess. The one-eyed monster. That's what they call me. Got more human gods, bunch of fucking random kobolds. Dwarven gods, female dwarves, dwarven goddess. A lot of gods. The forlorn butcher. The kobold solo hunter? Okay, what's... So this is a undead kobold. Imagine dying to an undead kobold. It's got 5 notable kills, man. Because it was struck down by a rock. Well, what a good way to go. After finding a lover, well, that's a shame. And then assumed the identity of the growth of fate, and then was brought back to life by a necromancer. Of course you were. Human god, human goddess. More gods, more gods, more gods. Because you can't really search by animal type, I don't think, but... Whoop. Goretop the Entangled Walk was an Antiosaurus born in 135 of unknown parentage, became an enemy of a bunch of people, was ambushed by a human named Tup, fought with the human, but the latter escaped unscathed. Goretop attacked a human again and struck down that human and then devoured the human and then became an enemy of the Coalition of Meshes, probably because that was who the human was part of, and then became more of a enemy because he devoured a ram and another human. He destroyed someone's lip and then, but they managed to escape. Punched him real hard in the mouth, I think. Became an enemy of some kobolds as well as some other koldos. The Tholar Fund the Rockalus. The kobold's upper leg was ripped and ate a couple kobolds probably. Devoured some more kobolds. Died of old age eventually after eating a human, but was legendary having completed 7 successful kills, as well as an additional 8 others. Imagine finally being at peace, you know? You're just like, fuck this, why? God, my back hurts worse now. Except I'm undead, so Advil doesn't help. That's kind of how I see that. Well, we found a legendary dinosaur. Took a while. Oh, there's a Tyrannosaurus. Which is grieving paint the sad. Chat, what does paint look like when it's grieving? Is that like when there's like dribbles in it? Obviously, it's an enemy of a bunch of people. Devoured a lot of dogs. Honestly, if I was a Tyrannosaurus, I would go around devouring a lot of beaked dogs. Devoured a cavy. Damn right it did. And a guinea hen. Of course it did. In Speaker Mine. Speaker Mine thoughts, young dwarf. We've got, it's not friends with the evils of kin. Ambushed a goblin, fought with the goblin, but the goblins managed to run away. It couldn't pick it up with its little arms, okay? Be nice to it. A human ambushed it, and grieving plant struck down the human in the Confident Fair Forest, and then died of old age. A life well lived for a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Honestly, that means they won. If you die of old age and you're a dinosaur, you did well. You didn't get hit by a meteorite. Here's another one. Also died of old age after devouring a cavy boar. Lived a good life. Yeah, okay, so you can find them if you dig down far enough. Demon of Stashba? I don't even know what an Afroventure is. Okay, Godly Staff is a pretty good name. Ladies love my Godly Staff. Sounds like somebody's pimp cane. Gotta kiss the ring on the top of the godly staff. Anyway, what? Also, of course, died of old age as well. This one did well. 7 notable kills as well as an additional 23 others. I'm looking for... So, something I'm seeing here is none of them are killing any notable other dinosaurs. Although, I guess in order to be noted, you would have to have done something notable. Ooh. Machine trout, the divine paddle of focusing, was a Spinosaurus mirabilis man. That's a sentence. Born of unknown parentage. Became the enemy of a few people. Struck down a goblin. This is just an adventurer murder hobo. Killed a bunch of people. Became the sacred robustness of the teal faith after eating a duck. As one does. So, like, murdered and ate humans and a duck. What's the teal faith? The teal faith is a religion in the land of wonder, worshipping Azeza, the human goddess of the sun and dawn. It's a human religion. Was often depicted as a female human and associated with sun and the dawn. And it was in the year 201. Jamil DK, thank you very much for the 13th month with Prime. Welcome back, dude. Welcome back. Although it seems like this religion got persecuted by a necromancer, so clearly they weren't providing enough bodies. Someone needs to make a mod for Dwarf Fortress that renames all of the dinosaurs from the scientific names to whatever they were called in The Land Before Time and other, like, dino cartoon fiction. It's like Triceratops, 3-horn! Or, Brontosaurus, Clubtail! Like, funny names for dinosaurs. I'd be in for that. Long neck. Exactly! There will always be long necks. Congratulations, chat. I just gave you the easiest mod to go make on Earth. You literally just need to go into the raws, look up what the dinosaur actually looks like, and then just write a very descriptive, funny name for it. Big hat! Or for like the thing with the mohawks. The thing with the thing on their heads. Whatever Ducky is. Goblin infected ghoul. Lumbering trolls. That's a name. Trade squash the festive grief of kingdoms. Reg hoist hatchets corpse. Also, hoist hatchet? Reg, you won the fucking name lottery. Also got another male Tyrannosaurus who's dead. I'm looking for like zombie Tyrannosaurus or something. Giant cheetah, that's pretty cool. Mistap, not trance, the massive buds of stretching. Yikes, okay. There's another one of these Spinosaurus mirabilis peoples. This one's also dead. You need to watch Land Before Time again. It's been decades. There's a few quotes from, like, Land Before Time that just live rent-free in my brain. So, weird story for me about Land Before Time. I apparently saw the first one very, very young. I found a lady Tyrannosaurus person. I apparently saw the first Land Before Time very young. No memory of this. But apparently it, like, destroyed my older sister because the opening to that movie is really sad. And so, as a kid, I have a lot of very formative, fun memories of watching Land Before Time 2 and 3 because we had those on VHS. We owned the first one, wasn't allowed to watch it. And then I watched that movie, I think when I was like 13 or something, like a little bit of an older little kid, was when I was allowed to watch it. And I was like, I don't understand how this disturbed me as a little child, but it did. I hope we get Chad Titan. What's Chad Titan? Ash Martin? It is 10 a.m. Also, top of the morning to you needs to be in all caps because it's impossible for me to read top of the morning to you in any voice other than Jacksepticeye. Ever since that, like, there's a video that released years ago of somebody playing 1,000 Jacksepticeye videos simultaneously. But it starts with like 1, and then it's 2, and then it's 3, and then it's 10, and then it's 40, and then it's 80. But like all like simultaneously, and by the end of it, it's just like that's basically what I think of whenever I read top of the morning. But Jewel Oranges is the name of this Tyrannosaurus lady. She died of old age. She ate water buffaloes, ducks, peregrine falcons, blue peacocks, many cats. Good. Nothing of value was lost. Was the enemy of a lot of people. Struck down a lot of people. They're not doing a very good job actually killing these dinosaur people. I also haven't seen any like Tyrannosaurus people necromancers yet, which is a little saddening. There's just shark groups. The heroic amusement is just the enemy of a bunch of people. Me going through Legends like this is like the one time that I was just going through Legends for the express purpose of trying to find silly things, and I once found a necromancer hamster man, which we dubbed the Necro Hamster, and I still think about the Necro Hamster, even though he'd been killed many years before that game even started. Because there's something about the Necro Hamster that is truly hysterical to me. The hamster. Yeah, well. Well, the movie was a bit too effective at making a shocking moment. Yeah, sure. You know what's another movie that I have like a weirdly large amount of affection for that's dinosaurs related? Just Dinosaur, the early CG movie. I know that movie's not good, but I do have kind of a lot of affection for that movie. Oh, there's a giant alligator. That's just... Female Fist of the Night. It's almost a Fist of the North Star. I got Fists of the Night and Soldiers of the Night. The Demon Death Butcher. Good. Male. Okay, chat. What's an Afroventor? I'm just gonna be like looking these up now. What the fuck is an Afroventor? Oh, it's these guys. Okay, this is gonna happen a lot. They kind of look like a small T-Rex. Hold up. It's like a T-Rex on a diet. You had a PS1 demo of that game as a kid? I had a lot of McDonald's toys of Dinosaur. Although, unlike Land Before Time, I have zero desire to ever see that movie again. T-Rex with more arms? What? Oh, thicker arms. I see. I see what you're saying. A T-Rex that didn't skip bench press day. All right. Well, anyway, that's enough Legends. Let's go Starfort. T-Rex light? T-Rex mini. Funnily enough, they don't tell you this, but like a T-Rex is just an Afrosaurus that's grown up, except their whole body grows, except strangely enough, their arms don't. That's how you can tell how much bigger the T-Rex is. All of this is bullshit, and I just made it up. Okay, so I quite like the look of the simple glove. T-Rex Nano. That's like human eyeballs. Yikes. Yeah, I guess eyes don't grow. Apparently there is a dinosaur called, so I'm looking at YouTube chat. Furclick says, you laugh, but there is a dino called the Nano-Tyrannus. And I need to know what a Nano-Tyrannus looks like now. Nano-Tyrann, it's two N's in it apparently. Okay, well I need like an explanation of how this is, all of the images I'm seeing just looks like a normal Tyrannus. Okay, I'm looking at Wikipedia. This just looks like a Tyrannosaurus. Although they did call it Jane, which is funny. I guess it's smaller? I don't know. Chat, you're just making shit up now, Fulgur. Now, is this like a different species of Tyrannosaurus? Or is this like just a baby one? It does have bigger arms, though. I'm sure it is, Fulgur. This is what made reference to it, the smaller version of the T-Rex a long time ago. We thought were just baby Tyrannus, but then they found that they were a different species. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, like, I'm just gonna point at, like, horses and miniature ponies. Or, like, cows and then alpine cows. 15 buckaroonies.
No mold 999 cheered.
You mean yesterday?
1500. Sorry, I was silly a few days ago. I was really tired.
It's all good, dude. It's all good. And thanks for the 15 bucks. You didn't need to apologize for whatever that's worth. So, looking around. Interesting. Goblins, hostile hundreds. Elves, 6,000. I was really hoping that this forest would be Untamed Wilds. I'll take Wilderness, though. Bit of an easier start, but Untamed Wilds, I think, would be more what I'm hoping for. So I guess I need to go further south for that. Because my faction is, like, up here. They don't have much. They're just right there. According to Vort Planting, who's doing the important work, you can shear a woolly mammoth. Thank you very much for sharing. Where did you find a woolly mammoth, if I can ask? Sure, there's a tower right there, right? Blizzard sloshed. I don't know why I find that funny, but I do. The update is in fact live. Live. Dialunk. Now that, so Blackwinds 37 is talking about the Nano T-Rex being a pack animal. I feel like I've heard about this. What game is this? Dwarf Fortress, which got a patch this morning. Gold, copper, silver, nickel. Man, like, the other place I was looking at just had iron. I think this temperate broadleaf forest could be good, chat. Update live. I mean, update does love. I mean, if the dwarves do love, so why can't the update be love? Blizzard Slosh. This is the BlizzCon after party. I was kind of thinking that. Didn't say it, but was kind of thinking it. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thinking it. Also, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's tuning in. It's good to have you guys. What about a little bit further up here? That's all just wilderness. Wow, there's like no minerals right there. It's a pretty crazy swap. How steep are these? Some fun there. It's for steepness. How about down here? The Oracular Spine. That's a good name. So my plan is to build a forest kind of as tree houses with like surface structures that are built up onto the trees. Because I'm also kind of curious if I could just like farm in the trees. Well, not farm in the trees. I mean, like, just live off of the trees, like, by gathering fruits and stuff. I think that would be really fun. Probably not entirely wood. Like, I'm not limiting it to no digging or anything, but probably a lot of wood, yeah. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Because, like, I'll need mechanisms and stuff for bolt throwers, so, like, we will be going for rocks and stone and metal and stuff. Dino bone armor weapons. I mean, no promises, but maybe. I'm not going to write it off. But there's a tower right there, which is a little sketchy. So I'm just going to poke around and see what my other options are. Just looking for untamed wilds, because we are going to get attacked by the wilderness, like, most definitely. Oh, actually, I could go further down. I could go further south. What about over here? I kind of want the elves to be closest, and I kind of don't want to be super close to... Oh, that's pretty good. It's only gold, silver, and copper, though, here. That's a lake? You for real? Does not look like a lake. Huh. I want to know what this lake looks like. Let's make this a 5x5. I'm just very curious. That is a puddle. That's actually a pretty cool map, though. I gotta be honest, that's a pretty cool spot. A lot of nice big trees. Lake Inferior. The moist puddle. It's literally 1Z level. The whole map. Completely flat. Midwinter snow. Thanks for the 3 months. Looking to see if there's any actual dinos on the map. Just giant ravens. Just to make sure that you're safe. I mean, hey, if you need to. Check it, I got a round of beers. For midwinter snow. Just sitting here kind of hoping. No, Mal, thanks for the 10-pack, not the 5-pack. Appreciate you, dude. I was kind of hoping that I'd get at least one dino. But I don't have DF hack right now, so I can't be like, uh-oh. Excellent. It's a disaster! Those poor dwarves. Oh no, Zephon's been found dead. He drowned. Anyways, thanks for the $1, Eric. That's hysterical. Okay, I could be convinced to do that. Something like that. Because that could be fun. That's what you get for insulting. You know, honestly, I think you're right. Woodcutter died cutting down his second tree. Sounds like the tree exploded then. You gotta be cautious about clear cutting stuff, dude. It's very dangerous. I do like that logging is still dangerous. It's just dangerous for completely different reasons than why it used to be dangerous. It used to be dangerous because of physical logs falling on their heads, and then Torn made it so that logs fall away from dwarves and stopped being as dangerous for a bit. And then people started having the odd dwarf die because a log would get stuck in a tree, and then that would fall onto a dwarf's head and kill them. And then they changed the lethality of logs, so like, or changed like the way damage is processed, so it's like they can dodge them much easier now. And then they changed them, and now when the Steam version released, it changed again, so they got really dangerous again. I also want to see what this lake looks like. I think this area is probably where we're going to settle, but... chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you greatly. Cheers, dude. Oh, man, this is, like, just about as bad, probably. I'm sorry. 1, there's sponge people. So that's the first part. 2, there's a sponge. Next to the sponge people, unrelated. And then there's also whatever this is. Thick lizard. The first tree you cut down? I find that hard to believe. I feel like it should be the second tree. Because what happens is like one tree falls, or one tree falls and is supported by the second tree. And then you chop down the second tree and the second tree kills you. The first one should be practically impossible. Like, I find that really hard to believe that the first one killed it. Second one, I'd believe it. First one, No Mold, thank you for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Could have been the second. It was a long time ago, but it was very early. If it was a long time ago, then it could have been the first, because like, I don't know if I need to go into a very detailed explanation about how logs killed people 10 years ago in game. But very small squat amphibian with a round tummy and a long tail. Seems like a good pet. Sees others as selfish and conniving. And is confident under pressure. Finds humor in most situations. I need to read the description of a Tyrannosaurus. I kind of like these little lakes. Very flat, but... The thing is ancient? Hell yeah. I'm gonna scratch its chin. Yeah. I mean, how big were they? Wrath of Seth. Is one named Bob? In my mind, it is. So the way trees used to work was, like, originally they were just one trunk and they would become log already on the ground, right? That was how they worked back at the very beginning. Then they were changed so that they became mini logs and all of the branches and stuff would all become logs and they would all fall straight down. This was when trees were the most dangerous because, like, one log hitting a dwarf in the head, dead. Unless they had a helmet on, and in which case still maybe dead. But then... And it was like that for a little bit, and then they were changed so that they would fall away from dwarves, which is more realistic and more believable. And so then usually the logger wouldn't be the one that died. It would be somebody that was like collecting logs would be the one that died because they would like run in front of the logger and tree would land on them and kill them. Then it was changed so that they would do that, and while they were initially falling, they were like non-lethal, so they could get hit by them and it would cause bruising, but like not kill them. Then after that, the Steam version released and trees were changed, and for some reason now trees support other trees when they cave in because there was some world gen changes that were made, and now that trees support other trees because they're friends and they support their friends. When you chop down one tree, if it's supported by another tree that's right next to it because they grow together like this, then when you chop down the one that's supporting it, that one explodes, which can kill dwarves again. And Shift, thanks for the $10. Appreciate you. It's a level 6 hype train. And also, No Mold with the additional gift, and Tibbe with the 5-pack. Needs 5 more subscriptions or $24 in bits to level up. Heart. Appreciate you guys. Start new game and nope. Yep, yes, this. And Darut, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, dude. That levels up the choo-choo once more. Which fort was the favorite of all time you played ever in Dwarf Fortress? I don't have one. That is, it depends on the day and the week when you ask that question because the answer changes. But if you're going to like force me to give you an answer, I would say my most viewed video on YouTube, Godly Tombs, because that's the one that bought me an apartment. Like yeah. Even though it wasn't fun to play, really, especially towards the end of it. Especially because the memorable ones are generally not fun at the time. Yeah, no, Violent Hunger was neat. But it was also hard to play towards the end, right? Like when forts start to collapse. I'm doing any wilderness, so that's the example that you're seeing here, is any wilderness. There's also this more isolated area over here, but that's like real far away from everything. Maybe a little bit too far south. What about north? It's all wilderness. This is all calm. Shaken skin? Ew. Show plant! I like the name of that human place, Show Plant. Hold up.
I am in bed and sleeping, but had to say hi and send Yuma Prime.
I saw the word mongrel boat, and I want to know what that was. Hold on. This human forest retreat, which was an elven forest retreat, is called Raptor Horns? Was raptor a word in Dwarf Fortress previously? Has anybody scrubbed through the dictionary? Rat Radis. Thanks for the Prime sub for 10 months. Appreciate you. Maybe Tungdill? I think over here might actually be my... I don't know if I want to be in range of a tower, but I mean, that'll make things exciting. Failure Begins is the name of this creek, or this brook. Jeez, Jam Jalopy. Good lord, man. Thanks for the 10-pack. Yes, birds are dinos, and dinos are birds. I could just go down here. I just kind of don't want to be in spitting distance. Or I could do half and half, actually. What's this? Temperate conifer forest. Broadleaf forest. Whoops. Is there like a shift in elevation anywhere? This is all calm. That's very evil. About to be doomed to 4 hours of meetings? Well, I'll still be on in 4 hours. Raptor was a word before. Thanks for checking. I don't know, like, for me, the thing that I've been wish casting for Dwarf Fortress for a while is quite literally just, I really, 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 really want more words.
Dino.
Just for names of things in general. That's all just... How you doing, UGDPY? I think this is probably the area, right? Like, this has to be it. Like, maybe, like, right here. Whoa, that's actually kind of neat. I love the tiny little waterfalls. Yeah, you know, honestly, this might be it. This might be the spot, chat. Kind of sad there's less big trees unlike the other one, but I was thinking to myself, I'm like, if I'm building in the trees, I could do a fortress where, like, we don't chop down the big trees and use them as, like, fortress supports. But I really like that little waterfall. That's nice. UGDPY, thank you very much for the 38th month. Chat, it's a level 8 hype train. If you would like a very... I don't know. If you would like an emote that you will unlock permanently on Twitch, you can do. You could achieve something like that by subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL right now. There's also sand. Ooh. It's gonna be over 40C. It hit 30 yesterday here, which is pretty hot for here, but thoughts and prayers, man. Good luck. Yeah, I know it's been unseasonably humid the last few days, but nothing crazy outside of that. Also, if anybody discovers anything new, please just blab about it in chat. Like, don't worry about spoilers or anything. Where did we end up settling? We haven't settled yet. This is just a test embark, but this might be it. This has cherries. Ooh, ash, persimmon. What else do I have for plants? Edge beans, tree slapping. We got blackberries. Hell yeah. Murder food. Blade weed. Looking for cloth. Finger millet, prickleberries. Looking for like hemp or something. Tree. Creed, thanks for the 30 months. Welcome back, dude. It's just a giant kakapo and a barn owl. Look at that absolute unit. Exclamation point goal will tell you the goal, and I do have a goal. TLDR, go into war with the dinosaur. What a cute little duder. I think that's the spot, chat. I think that's the spot. Chat, thank you very much for the hype train. 40 subscriptions, $11 in bits. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for everybody? Oh, thanks for helping keep the channel funded. It's been a good month. Means a lot, guys. And Jay the Dragon, thanks for the brand new subscription as well. I thought kakapos were in New Zealand, were they not? I could be completely wrong, but I thought they were at that neck of the worlds. All right, I really like the sample glove. Also, it's nice and close to where we're settling. And that was down in here. Our lives, thanks for the 10-pack. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, because we have like that tiny little elevation switch is the whole reason we have that little chunk of waterfall. Let's do a 5x5. Make it a little bigger. And I'm also going to cross over, I think, a little bit more of the mountain and also over here on the right, this area, which is just wilderness. Same with the mountain. Half demented man. Thank you very much for the $5. Fun fact: the kakapo are very dog-like in behavior. Yeah, I've read a bunch about kakapo because I didn't know that they were a creature that existed. Well, maybe not a bunch, but I read a bit about them because I didn't know that they existed until I played Dwarf Fortress. Kaka is for poo, and po is German for butt. So German kakapo is po butt, poop butt. Great. I'm going to pretend in my mind that Germans discovered them and the first person got shat on by it. But that's funny. Dino Day, Wolf. Appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in. Dwarf Fortress is now more accidentally educational because not only does it teach you basic enough geology to fudge your way through an elementary school geology class, but it also will teach you enough dinosaurs that you could probably fudge your way through a dinosaur class. Not that that's important anymore, because now people just ask ChatGPT. But, like, at the same time. Appreciate the $5 down in the YouTube chat, by the way. Thanks a lot. All right. An ad break is about to run. You've selected a very large area. Choose a smaller area if you experience lag. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. You might... water might need to be pumped out or carried away. You've selected a savage area. The wildlife may be very dangerous here. That's fine. And prepare carefully. So I didn't set them to domesticated, so it isn't likely we'll have any, which we don't. I wonder, actually. I'm sorry, Rampahorticanthus leather? What? Okay. I will be back in a second because some ads are running, and I need to give myself some extra insulin. My blood sugar's a little high. Oy. They're so hyped for Dwarf Fortress to be completed in like 50 years. What the fuck is a moghopper? Look at the fish window. That's normal. Moghoppers live in the cavern layers. Lower cavern layers. They hang out on the tops of the big mushrooms down in the cavern layers, and they can be juiced for their mog juice, which existed like 1,000 years before like the manosphere did. The Bearful, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Hey, Dwarf Fortress had Mog juice before the Manosphere knew what a Mog was, okay? Which is, like, really funny, but also kind of sad. All roads lead back to Dwarf Fortress? I mean, Dwarf Fortress did blow up on 4chan. Many a time. And there was Let's Plays on 4chan. So maybe, you know, maybe, like, it's a subconscious connection. What is Mog? I mean, you could Google mogging if you want. It's like a shitty Zoomer slang term coined by people who are shitty to people. It's like a way to be like, I am bigger and better than you kind of thing. I'm mogging on you. It's silly, but I don't know. But in this case, a mog hopper are these guys. They're little semi-aquatic mushroom munchers in Dwarf Fort. Bested? Sure, actually, that's not a bad way to put it. Are they juicing Moogles? No, they're juicing Mog Hoppers. What, looks maxing? I don't even know what we're talking about now, Romanoid. I'll be honest with you. All of my knowledge of that shit is like fourth hand because I've never looked at any of it directly. It just kind of makes me grumpy, so I just kind of avoid it. All right, well, I'm not gonna need that, not gonna need that. I'm gonna do something I almost never do in Dwarf Fortress. We're gonna bring some extra axes. That's something we're gonna do. For animals, maybe just some dogs and just make like hunting dogs. And of course, evolved functional raptors, chickens. Can I just say, Clito, my favorite part, or favorite thing, so two things. One, I'm going to go see Josh Johnson in October with my parents. Very exciting. Like, I sent my mom a text at like 10 o'clock at night one night. I was like, hey mom, I got like an email with the ability to buy tickets to go see Josh Johnson. You want to go see Josh Johnson? So we're going to go see Josh Johnson. But, I love the fact that Josh Johnson is a creative, funny, modern comedian. Also the name of one of the antagonists in the Lego Conspiracy. Like, maybe the funniest fucking thing ever to me. Cortical Gaming, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, dude. I know like a third of those people. 3 out of 5 of those names I recognize. Any very normal Dwarf Fortress creatures you want me to bring with me? Holy shit, elephants! I don't want to bring elephants. Although... what if I did? Classic Dwarven army versus dinos? I need 500 points to bring 2. Fuck it, who needs food? I can acquire more food. Dogs and dinos versus elephants. I need quite a few more points. Fuck Dimple Cup. That's only 5 points, though. Bald mammoths, we call them. Baldy mammoths. All right, we got a breeding pair of elephants. Are you happy, chat? You better be happy. Oh, you'd buy a fuck it, who needs food? That's like a bit of an eating disorder, but fuck it. Who needs long-term supplies? What even are those? We're gonna have tons of food on the surface. Like it's like actually not an issue, but also I still have plump helmets in the inventory. Or one less of those, but one more of those. And I don't know, extra alcohol. We don't have beer though. We have ale and rum. I know I'm shouting semantics, but all else fails, you have plenty of butchers and tanners. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Just because of the last fort, everybody's gonna be a novice swimmer. Not that we're gonna need it. It's an homage to the previous dwarves, and I will do the thing that I've been doing recently, which is first migrant wave, I will enable naming. Who are you? Actually, hold on. Let's name the fortress. Paddle daggers. Excuse me, Siren. Can you please stop? It's an ambulance. This is what happens when it's hot out and I have my doors open, is the sirens get loud, but... Thunder... Ooh, Raptor Reach? Ooh. Raptor. Wars? Dinner Raptor. Raptor dinner makes it sound like the dwarves are the dinner, but maybe that's... Also, hi, Jesus. So, Jesus, you should have been in the chat yesterday because there was a person chatting for a while called God is Watching Me. And... I was just thinking about... I didn't say anything, but I was like, man, if only Jesus was here. I'm not gonna lie. Witchraptor's pretty good. Witchraptor sounds like a band I've seen. Sure, Emperor Iron. Which raptor? That raptor. What raptor? That raptor. Bewitched raptor? I don't even know which raptor. Shoot the raptor. Which one? I think that's pretty fire. I think we're gonna go with that. Oh. Okay. The Dinner of Thunder. Thunder Diner. The Warm Dinner of... Clever is not a word, and I'm sad. I could call it Raptor Scream. Clear Raptor. Clean. Man, I was hoping that the extinction would be a word. The Blizzard. Sad that... Oh, there it is. Lizard. There is no wizard, unfortunately. Welcome to Raptor? I wonder. The unwelcome! I really like that. I do like the unwelcome lizard or the unwelcome raptor. It's the opposite of the lusty Argonian maid. Yeah, it really is. It's between the unwelcome lizard or the unwelcome raptor for me. What do you think, chat? What rolls better? Unwelcome lizard or unwelcome raptor? I have no idea what I'm going to be battling or taming. It depends on what shows up, Octo. The default goal for this fort, in like general Dwarf Fortress terms, piss off the elves, go to war with them, hope they have dinos. Also, piss off the natural wilderness because I'll be building a surface fort, and it's Untamed Wilds. So I'm probably one of the first things I'm going to build is going to be a siege workshop. And we'll just immediately start making siege engineers. This fort is like set up to fail horribly. What I really hope happens, because I want to build the fort in the trees, I really, really, really hope, like desperately hope, that the fort ends because a bunch of goblins show up with a battering ram and knocked out all the trees under my fort. That would just be truly perfect. But we'll see. And by falls, I mean literally. It makes them indestructible and not burnable. That would be it, I would assume. Probably the accuracy bonus? Because artifact weapons get an accuracy bonus, Bismuth, so I'd assume accuracy bonus. Chat's saying unwelcome lizard. Okay. Honestly, unwelcome blizzard's pretty good too. The unwelcome lizard. And the grip symbol is just going to be a velociraptor. I don't know. What's in chat? Name a dino. Crossbow dwarves might actually make any army retreat as a tree dwarf. I might actually make any army retreat. Maybe not. Bronto. Stego. Whoops. I'll do one more. Dunkelist, Storist, or whatever. And a dwarf. And let's also say woolly mammoth. Hell yeah. Woolly mammoth is raising the dino, because dwarf's riding the woolly mammoth. Dead. 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 Admiring. Woolly mammoth. Unnaturally contorted. Flayed. Devouring. The dwarf is devouring the Dunkelsaurus. embracing the woolly mammoth. It's a velociraptor, a brontosaurus, a stegosaurus, a dunkelsaurus, and a dwarf, and a woolly mammoth. The woolly mammoth is raising the dwarf. The velociraptor is dead. The brontosaurus is dead. The stegosaurus is dead. The dunkelsaurus is dead. The dwarf is admiring the woolly mammoth. The velociraptor is unnaturally contorted. The brontosaurus is being flayed. The dwarf is devouring the dunkelsaurus. The dwarf is embracing the woolly mammoth while striking a menacing, triumphant pose. Obviously. Honestly, wait, which one's the prehistoric fish? Then? The Dunkleosteus? I mean, hey, it works. It makes sense that a dwarf would be just, like, chewing on it like a chicken leg. Augusto, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Oh, here's the thing. Space Pup in 18 in YouTube chat who says, woolly mammoth better than dinosaurs, I guess. I really, really, really like that era of creatures that they've added to the game, like the woolly rhino, the woolly mammoth, and various other things from like the later periods. I really like those creatures. As for like just the dinosaurs themselves, nah, I'm neither here nor there. I don't mind that they're here, but they're not the thing that I like from this patch. I really like the woolly mammoths and such. Not that I really expect that we'll see them. I'll try and import them if I can trade with the humans. Or elves, even. But we are absolutely going to go to war with people. Fuck yeah, Comrade Banshee? All right, so, woodcutter. Carpenter and woodcutter. Woodcutter and carpenter. Surprise. Mason. And weaponsmith. Woodcutter. Miner. Miner. And, I'm going to give everybody siege operators. We're going to start a siege operators guild, like, immediately. You have a biting skill? Careful with Deucem, he bites. I'll also give you some engraving skill. Maybe some brewing skill and some... You can have some planting skill. And some brewing skill. You can have some, I don't know, some butcher skill. As well as planting skill. And, I don't know. Armorsmith. Woodcrafter. Engraver. A few more points in those. And a few more points in engraving. Dinosaurs are a very easy way to get little kids into ancient history. Because they're exciting and fun and cool. And so saying that they're baby-coded is, I don't know, just kind of a shitty way to say it, I guess. I mean, it is, yes, they're an easy way to get little kids into ancient history, but that's a good thing. Like, objectively a good thing, so... But, I mean, you could say that about just about every piece of ancient history, but I think that's a bit of a shitty take, dude. So what I will say to you is, grow up. Have some curiosity and excitement in your life. Damn it. If dinos are, then cars and farms. Yeah, cars, farms, building stuff, because Bob the Builder, you know. All fluffy creatures and animals, because Paw Patrol. Cops as well, because Paw Patrol. I mean, if you had talent, you could just draw it. Garrett Blanche in YouTube chat. I'll be honest with you, I know very, very, very little about Paw Patrol. I guess so, Comrade Banshee. But anyways, to the person who's being silly in the Twitch chat, it's just someone trying to get a rise out of people, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. I think the reality is, if you're on a Twitch stream of a guy playing Dwarf Fortress and being like, dinos are for little babies. Motherfucker, you're playing a game about dwarves. What the fuck is a Snow White? Anyways. Coolest job interview you did was for a job in a dinosaur museum. They gave a tour. I mean, dinosaur skeletons are metal as fuck. Octosquids. It's like walking to the end of Raiders. Hell yeah, I believe it. Anyway, send it. You have arrived, after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. And your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Guzrig. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labors comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the grizzly bears get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Dumi Rezut, Witchraptor. Strike the earth. But no, I think that there's a lot of like dino stuff that is actively marketed towards little kids to get little kids interested in the subject of ancient history and fossils. Also, like growing up, dinosaurs was a very easy thing to be into because like I live in Canada, right? And we used to go on camping trips and like road trips with the family when I was growing up. And we used to go up to the Badlands. And there's so many fossils there that you can literally just like walk up a random road and just pick them up off the ground. It's a very tangible, like we had this like chunk of a thigh bone like that my dad used as a paperweight for years. It was like yay big. And like you're allowed to just pick anything up as long as it's not in a cordoned off area because it's just fucking everywhere. So, you know, it's a very tangible, physical thing that as a little kid you can go pick up. And so, thus, it's marketed towards little kids because it's an easy on-ramp into archaeology, science, geology, a lot of other very useful subjects. I've been to that museum, Dadrick. The fucking T-Rex is a jump scare and a half, let me tell you. All right. Shoutouts to Witchraptor. That's when you interview that. You didn't get it, sadly. Hey, it's cool to get the interview at the very least, you know? I would also kind of double what Drackley says in YouTube chat, being fond of birds and reptiles. I like reptiles a whole lot. I wouldn't call myself a dino obsessive at all. It's not my favorite part of like ancient history, but dinos are cool. I'd be lying if I said anything else. So there's a lot of oaks. What did it give us? Nothing so far. So let's start hacking down some trees and see where we're at. I'm going to try not to chop down anything but oaks. At least initially. What else do we have? Pecans, pears. I don't want to knock down trees with fruits, so we'll do these hazels too. Willow's also fine. Don't want to do too much so we don't get attacked. Who's our expedition leader? Zephon's the expedition leader. She is interested only in facts of the real world and is consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy. She is a perfectionist and often feels lustful. She has an active sense of humor and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She likes to take it easy, and she is stubborn, and she is very humble. And she is a little wasteful when working on projects. She can handle stress, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but grumbles mildly at shite weather. She personally sees Guile and Cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Chat, let me know when DF hack updates, eh? As Guile and Cunning is indirect and somewhat worthless and finds introspection to be a waste of time. Doesn't care about nature one way or another, and likes saltpeter, as well as bismuth bronze, banded agate, carambola wood, alpaca wool bolts, backpacks, and giant gray squirrels for their tails. And the sound of the tulip of pantomiming and what possible prefers to consume banana beer and maize flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. And she has straight hair, which is wavy. You worship Datan Nukim, which is the god of earth and caverns. We've got the god of mountains, the god of jewels, forgiveness and mercy, the gods of death and murder, wealth and trade, fortresses. Cool. Yeah, because oil is largely like burned body matter, right? Okay, well, I've just got a moose. Here I tried to settle in Dino Land, and I just landed in Canada instead. Oops. Although moose are going to be fucking scary to have to deal with. Good lord. Let's just pen pasture my animals a little bit. Oopsies. We'll put the big grazers over there. We'll put the chickens over there. And I'm going to throw down a animal training zone right here. Just in case I do want to train stuff. Well, it's like degraded matter in regards to oil, right? Space Pup? So, like, that could be plants, that could be animals, that could be anything. But not that I really know. Let's also hack down these trees along this riverbank. I need to be careful. If I hack down too many trees, we're just going to get attacked immediately. It's not going to end well. We're in an ad break, so I got to pause. Moose are big enough to be dinosaurs, yeah. Oh, totally, Drackley. Absolutely, in regards to woolly rhinos. Yeah, but thankfully this water isn't going to collapse and kill us. Also, last few times it was on ice. I don't know, ask the dwarves. Are you just in time for a new embark? This is a brand new forest that just began, yes. Or fortress, not forest. I mean, it's a fortress in a forest. I'm just waiting for these ads to run through. And so far, it's nothing crazy. It's just a bunch of ravens. So far, anyway. Seeing louse. Also looking for vermin and such. Thought I saw something over here. Nope, that's just a colony of ants. Some termites. I should also let the dwarves fish a little bit and see if we can find anything that's like new or interesting. Birds aren't real. Of course they aren't. You know, this moose almost has red eyes. Any cool dinos yet? We've seen a couple lizards. Nothing crazy, though. Oh. That's new, isn't it? Giant dragonflies, hey? Like, this is the stuff that I'm almost more excited about. It's just like the new vermin and stuff. I'm going to poke around and see if I can spot any others. Nothing so far. Just ticks and the other usual stuff that the chickens eat like snails. But how can you make a specific shell armor squad? I don't think I've ever made a specific shell armor squad. You would need to go into materials under each armor type. You need to make a new uniform. And you would need to go to materials and select shell as the uniform material. I don't necessarily know why you would want to do that, but that's the way you'd have to do it. I'm actually just going to turn this dwarf off of fishing for the minute. Just for the moment. Until I have a little bit more capacity, and I'll just make a fishery for a sec. And just get those made up. And just get a little stockpile down here. Whoop. It was bound to happen. Yep, bleeding and injured. You made it through, though. Then make a carpentry and a bed. Make a hospital. Chief medical dwarf, all that. Any volunteers? I guess you. Buttery whale fetus. Dude, it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. The real shame here is it knocked my elephant unconscious. Wake up there, bud. Oh, are you back up? What's your issue? Your right hand is mangled beyond recognition. It's okay. You still have the other functional one. Bed. Bed. Is shell not a selectable material? Then you can't do it. If it's not a selectable material. I will say there's a trillion better materials to use for... Can I not? Oh. Must be inside. All right, well then I'll just make a zone right here. I kind of figured I could put it right next to a tree, but... Hospital! Here. You. And I'm just going to go to orderlies, which is set to everybody, and we're going to edit it real quick. I'm just going to add the other, like all of the doctoring skills to orderlies, which is maybe not recommended, but for right now, just to get this dwarf's hand stitched up, we'll just do it that way. So we do have a chief medical dwarf. Which would lead me to think that we could check your injuries. Look like you just got something done to you. I guess I do have to assign it manually. That's a little annoying. Unless I didn't hit done. No, I did. So diagnosis should be set to everyone. How did the dwarf get injured? Oh, a tree collapsed. Which I was kind of expecting to happen, to be honest. All right, well, I'll just set the chief med as the diagnoser. Go get it, chief. Right hand needs dressing. There you go. Getting stitches. That's what we need. Mobilize break. Yeah, about as classic as you can get, which is funny because we were literally just talking about that today. It's like you just kind of need to be careful about very densely packed trees. I saw something appear over here. What's that? Oh, it's just these guys. Let's get rid of that hospital. And right next to you, I'm just going to real quick make a food stockpile. This is all very much going to get moved. I don't know what that is, Nickpaw. If you go down a Z level, yes. They've always been that way, Sanic. But you have to dig into them to make them deep. Oh, camels? No, I don't have any camels. I mean, I have elephants. I have yaks. Where are you seeing dromedaries? Dromedaries? Camel things? Currently on the map, there are ravens and a bull moose. Ride a T-Rex? On it, boss. I just need T-Rexes first. It's going to take a while. I have no idea. Pony. First off, we're going to just hope that they arrive and show up. Second, we're going to cross our fingers and see if I can import them. And third, I'm going to go to war with the elves. I mean, that's just going to happen naturally based on how many trees I'm cutting down. Because of the design of this fortress. Or what I'm going to do for the design of this fortress. Speaking of design of this fortress, there's also a bunch of conglomerate over here. Just looking for any surface metals. I'm not seeing any surface metals. Miner's gonna go off and get to work. Okay, cool. I'm just going to restart the game real quick because DF hack has been updated. Conceptually, I have no complaints about new animals. That's my thoughts on it conceptually. That's what I was thinking, yeah. Tumbleweed. What is the theme for this fortress? Exclamation point goal. Although, actually, I should probably update that and make it a little bit more wider. Find dinos and go to war with whoever has dinos. There you go. Not seeing an update either. Try restarting Steam. Oh, I see it. Yep, it's there. Would help if I had the right version, but okay, let's go to Steam apps. I'm seeing not supported DF version. I had to do a file verify. No, the issue is that's what I did the last time. And also Evenk here. Unless I ask for help, just you don't need to tell me how to do it. I've been doing this for a very long time. Way ahead of you, man. The issue was that's what I did the last time because my install was on an older OS and I had a manual install. And for some reason, the other OS wasn't accepting like Steam DF with DF hack that way. But anyway, I fixed it. Last year, DF hack guys forgot to crank up Virgin compatibility. I don't remember that, but okay. DF hack is up. Like, this is DF hack, and this is 53.15 YouTube, folks. Elephant ambush? You mean the elephant is running around carrying a bush on its head? Because elephant ambush. Naturally. Like, elephant is bush. It's impenetrable, like, camouflage. Oh, I don't remember that. I do remember one day it taking a very long time to update. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, but... I'm also kind of curious about one thing. Skimming Tarn's patch notes. There's no other additional indicators or hints as to if there's anything else in the patch, so... The and more has had me at the edge of my seat for a minute, but... starting to wonder if that was misplaced. Stone! Let's bring 3 wheelbarrows and just make... Wheelbarrow. 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 Time to save your game and then update it as plushie announcements. I'm not sure what plushie announcements is, but no, there's usually like an hour or two delay between DF hack and DF on Steam, which is fine. It's usually enough time for me to generate a world and get into a fort, and then like 5 minutes later, it's time to start. Just go download DF hack. Yeah, no, clothes and weapons on animal people is great for adventure mode, especially. It's great for adventure mode because, like, it's hard to play adventure mode if you are used to seeing weapons swapping out. But being able to, at the very least, see weapons on animal people is huge. Even if there's, like, some clothing variety, so. Yeah, it's a very stealthy elephant. Stealth-elephant, if you will. What's the shark that just looks like a face? Whichever shark just looks really fucking surprised is probably my favorite animal portrait. I don't know which one it is. I've never seen it in game. I've only seen it while looking through the game files. It's the goblin shark? Sure, that then. Whatever that is. Lazy Man, thanks for the 18 months. Can I get a big round of beers for Lazy Man? Appreciate you. And thanks for the good luck. Oh. Speaking of animals, the moose has wandered off the map. Not much, Kilroy. Patch day. Happy patch day. Wake up, everybody. It's patch day. Also, I just want to say a real quick thank you because here on Twitch, we got 341 people watching, which is crazy. And there's 257 on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in. Y'all are awesome. Means a lot, guys. Seriously. I just wish they didn't patch the game on a goddamn Thursday. For those of you who don't know, on Thursdays, before 6 p.m., I have to ride my bike across town to a garden because I pay for a CSA from that little farm. And so I get like basically $30 in prepaid groceries today if I do that. And I really want my like lettuce and stuff that I get from them and tomatoes and beans, and I got a pile of cucumbers last week. It was great. So today's actually going to be a relatively short stream, but maybe that's good because then I can edit a video, a news video tonight for this. Tomorrow I will be streaming as well. Same with the day after. So you won't be missing out on too much, but I'm a little bit annoyed. So they decided to not patch it on like, you know, a Tuesday, like a normal times. But yeah, I kind of assumed that, Dairut. I kind of assumed that. That was my like knee-jerk response. Also, elves tend to settle in areas that are untamed wilds because they are not penalized for doing that at all. So that would make a lot of sense as well. Got radishes. Ooh. Okay, so I'm gonna assign a dwarf as a manager. Let's give it to Dewsum. Oh, now I can hide tutorials. Yay! And disable overlay. Oh, I fucking love radishes, dude. Like, in real life, radishes are one of my favorite things in the world. They're practically like free food, and they're the greatest thing for a gardener if you have short patience. Because, like, you plant a radish seed, and you have a full-size radish in, like, 3 weeks. They're incredible. I love radishes. I also love, like, the tiny little white turnips. Fucking adore those things. Great. This pickles, also just great fresh. You know, actually, it might be basking shark, Zelen. But I don't know. I have rainbow radishes. It's the only thing I've managed to grow successfully this year so far. Still crossing my fingers and for my pepper plants, though. One of them's doing quite well. My tomatoes, like, entirely failed. Because we had, like, a weird cold snap where it went down to, like, 6 degrees one night, and, like, all my seedlings died. Like, one tomato made it. Which is okay, because it's an Amish paste. I really like Amish paste, and they did pretty well on my porch last year, so we'll see how they do this year, but it's still behind and stunted. So, I was going to queue something up. Now I'm trying to think what it was. Wooden block. Because you actually get 4 now instead of just 1, which is really nice. Let's make willow blocks. I'm just going to say if amount of willow logs is greater than 10, make 10 blocks. And I'm just going to start making some blocks out of willows. I have Arapahos and Shishitos. So I've got 1 Shishito that doesn't look dead and 3 Arapahos that are doing okay. And 1 that's doing really well. So 4 total. I've never tried growing anything hotter, but I really like Arapahos. And then, like, if I want to make hot sauce or something, I just go to like just go to an import store and just purchase them. I will say these ravens aren't stuck, which is nice. I was actually kind of that's another thing that I'm really curious about is like I'm kind of, this is just an assumption. I'm really, really hoping that if the and more stuff isn't like stuff that's immediately obvious, it's like random bug fixes. Because it would be really cool if like, uh-oh, they're leaving. It'd be really cool if like some stuff that we've been asking for a while could get fixed. There is no magic in the game yet outside of the stuff that's been in the game since 2017, so necromancy, etc. So no, it's not over-asked because it's not in the game yet. What's over-asked is magic in the game yet, which not really, no. This is the dinosaur update, not Myths and Magic. Or Extinction Update, or Anniversary Update. I think they're officially calling it the Dino/Anniversary Update because it's the 20-year anniversary of Dwarf Fortress. So we got 100 new creatures, and there's a big graphics overhaul for animal people. I legit thought this dwarf was holding a knife because of that. I was like, what the hell is that? Nope. No, I mean, you could just go look at the patch notes and it would tell you in like 10 sentences if they were. For the goofiest sprite, Garothorax. If it's updated on the wiki, post it. Also, if anybody wants to be a hero, now's the best day to update the wiki. Let's also throw down a mechanic shop and a siege workshop. I'm also going to queue up bin. Wooden bin. Wouldn't have been my fault, but make them out of hazel. How are them dinos? It's mostly just ravens on my map right now. But it's still early days. But I think chat's having positive vibes so far. Bolt thrower parts. We're going to need those. That can just get deconstructed for right now. You posted a screenshot in Dwarf Fort Talk? Sure. Let's take a peek. Oh, you're looking at I'm seeing so in DF Talk on my Discord. I'm seeing stuff in the arena mode, which is actually not a bad idea. Velociraptor man versus that's a really nice looking sprite. I love the coloration on that. Oh, what the fuck, man? That's just a penis with a tumor on it. But also very dickhead. It looks like a taco or like a weird sideways mushroom. I don't know. I don't hate it. It's cute. That's very goofy. It's goofy. I'm here for it. Is that a newt? The only like things I've seen on this map so far are just giant dragonflies. Richard Haroldson Cox III is what's his name. Tip got eyes, hell no. Ladies, if the tip's got eyes, run. It's like the rejected parody of The Hills Have Eyes. The dragonflies, I sure hope it does. Damn right. Let's actually use Conglomerate for the way up. What are the main benefits of using DF Hack? If you're completely new to Dwarf Fortress, I would recommend not using DF Hack. DF Hack is a tool that lets you automate certain portions of the game and a tool that lets you kind of cheat your way around things. It's kind of like a purpose-built cheat engine in a way. It's useful in some instances when you want to speed things up or avoid something. But I think learning the game with DF Hack enabled is kind of a bad idea in a lot of cases because you'll automate things that you don't necessarily need or want automated. Higher or hillier cavern layers. Minimum cavern depth. I'm pretty sure, or maybe not cavern depth, but like distance between caverns. I know that cavern openness. I know how to do cavern openness. I'm not totally sure about how to make the caverns themselves deeper. But I would just go to the wiki and I would go to the page on the wiki that gives you advanced world generation and then just Control F for the thing that you're trying to find because that's probably the most useful section of the wiki. Dear Dwarf, is there a reason you're just sitting here? Can you not get to that? That may be it. Might just be that way. After embarking without prep. Okay. That's funny to me for some reason. Did you, what's the word? Make own that? Treehouse fort, that's the plan. That's the plan. Because the elves are supposed to have, hey, look, a normal dragonfly. Don't get eaten by your bigger brother. Because the elves are supposed to have access to dinosaurs, and I want to go to war with dinosaurs and anybody who has dinosaurs. And I feel like the easiest and fastest way to guarantee a war with the elves is by doing this. Oh, really? Also, Nani? Oh, the top of the tree collapsed, I see. Huh, that's interesting. Seems like everybody's fine, though. Went over there and washed off the dust. Entirely, well, technically there's also conglomerate in here, so it's not entirely wood. Can you heal your animals? Not that I know of. Some animals will heal. Well, certain injuries will heal, but there is no veterinary options in Dwarf Fortress, which is one of my bigger complaints about Dwarf Fort. All right, we are in an ad break. I will pause the game until the ads are done. Dwarves and trees, eternal enemies. Honestly, I would, in some cases, say the same things about humans. But, although in current year, I think humans have a cautious alliance with trees. At least that's my humble thought. Dwarves and trees, what's going on here? Being dwarfy, making stuff out of wood, which is very dwarfy. Sure. Yes, that is true, Kage. But I'm going to just stand by my statement, no matter how much people like suggest DF hack. Because every single time I talk about DF hack, I need to remind you. Yesterday, I was having a discussion with somebody who was having issues that didn't make much sense because they were overusing DF hack, not realizing what it was doing. Learn the game first. Learn the game first so that you know why you want it. And if you want it. This man dwarfs his fortress? Are you trying to say that I'm really tall compared to my dwarves? And everyone's getting stung while you set up? If you set up a hospital really quickly and achieve medical dwarf, your dwarves will get a bunch of diagnosing experience. I like that this keeps happening. This is interesting. This is wild. I also just injured my elephant. Right hand is mangled beyond recognition. Well, shit. Maybe I need to go higher. Like, what the heck is causing these to cave in? It's got to just be like these tiny little shrubs. Just do what I do. Disable all the functions and let it run in the background. It's just !blog. The number is the number of streams I've done. Completely unrelated to the blog. Blog is just my website. All right, I think I'm gonna go up one layer higher and just avoid these trees. shrubbies things. What if I actually deconstruct one of these? I'm amazed I haven't agitated any wildlife yet, but I'm sure we'll get there soon. I simply need to have totems as an export craft. They'll look cool. I don't disagree. There we go. This is going to be kind of a pain in the ass to actually build, but I'll make this work. Gotta love all these injuries early on. Hello, Arga. How's things? All right, well, that's a couple bedrooms right off the bat. Problem is going to be getting these done, so I'm going to have to do like this, basically. Then I'm going to have to make a upper level of this, which is fine. We surface fording? Well, how else am I going to guarantee getting assaulted by dinosaurs? I'm just making a couple very early bedrooms. We're also super fortunate. It's not fucking pouring rain right now. Then we'll deconstruct that and go up to here. I'm also like kind of prototyping how I'm going to actually build this. These can be conglomerate. I will try, Travis. I will try. Willow blocks. I need 20, of course. I went with untamed or any wilderness is what I went with. Should I double up these bedrooms? I'm kind of thinking about putting beds like this. And then just doing single line bedrooms, like very small, compact bedrooms. Just because space is going to be at a premium. Is this a no dig fort? I literally have blocks right here. So no, it is not a no dig fort. It's just going to primarily be an above ground fort. For fun and science. And discovery. Let's also make some beds. And wooden table. Wooden throne, chair. Yes. And rock mechanisms, which I think I already made some of, but... I'm gonna start putting bolt throwers around in case shit gets bad. Or do you still need a forting? You can attach blocks to trees, but it causes surprise cave-ins if you build underneath these. I've just learned, so you have to be very cautious. There we go. Let's go military. Bolt thrower. I need more mechanisms. Actually, I'm going to put you at an angle. Maybe like this. This is the siege workshop, yeah. We've made bolt thrower parts over here. Let's see, can I make doors yet? Yep. Can make singular door. Elephants are good for sieges. Elephants are giant, so they're great war animals, but they take 10 years to grow up. I brought them just because I could, and I thought it would be a fun side project, but they're not particularly reliable. I like bears more because they get to full size much faster and don't need to graze. Elephants also need huge grazing areas. You can't grow plump helmets in trees? Yeah, but trees grow their own food without us needing to farm. So free food, less farming. Even better. It's almost like dwarves get tired of drinking the same old booze all the time. And having a variety is better. Let's give you a bedroom. Give you a bedroom. Give you a bedroom. And give you a bedroom. Make wine from all them fruits? Yeah, you can't whine about that fruit. I mean, free fruit is good. I'm just gonna make a second carpenter. This is also Untamed Wild, so we're gonna get attacked by agitated animals in T-minus 3, 2. I mean, I'm just going to set up a gather zone, really. Like, that's literally the plan here is just do this. Gather fruit. Done. Maybe remove that for right now on that one. Then they just run over here and gather plants. It's free food. You're not a dwarf, freezing tuna. Next question. Although these dwarves are all real low skill in this, so it's going to take them a little bit to actually find anything, but... You know, the thing that I always tell people, whenever Dwarf Fortress fans get all uppity about it not being dwarfy to do stuff with wood, elves politely ask the wood to grow in a certain way to make them things so that they don't need to hurt the wood. Dwarves take an axe, hack the wood up into tiny little pieces while laughing and cackling maniacally, and then they brutally craft and sculpt their bodies into horrific structures for their own amusements. Which is about as dwarfy as you can possibly fucking get, as far as I'm concerned. Like, genuinely. Like, I don't know, that shit seems pretty dwarfy to me. That's elf talk? Well, I guess you can live underground then and vomit whenever you see the sun. There's gonna be a lot of silly debate in this fort. I can feel it now. Let's dig around. Let's build around down here as well. More like uncreative conservative dwarf talk. That's my take. More news at 11. It's not elf talk. Simply uncreative, anti-progressive dwarf talk. Exhortor says, I've only had a single mega fort that I started exactly when DF released on Steam. This update made you start a second world. Oh my god, you've been missing so much content. Holy shit, dude. How many years did that fort run for in-game? Exhorter in YouTube chat? What about if somebody in YouTube chat is saying that they've only played one fort since Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, and it was a single mega fort, which they say lasted for 60 years. Okay, well that's not that long in game. That's not that long. Still impressive though. How big was this embark? 5x5. Which is pretty standard for me, actually. No, it's not impressive. Like, that's definitely impressive, but... When someone's like, I've only played a single mega fort since the Steam release, I was like, oh my god, was it like 2,000 years old or something? But... I need to remind myself sometimes that I'm a crazy person who has too much free time. This is, in fact, a treehouse, yes. Dwarves with a view. I have to start a war with the elves somehow, because the elves apparently have access to dinosaurs. If anything, this is a dwarven attempt to imitate the beauty. There's cherries on the ground. To imitate the beauty of elven culture. They're going to try as they might, but the elves will never accept them. It's really sad, honestly. They say be kind to the trees and live with them, and they're going to attack us anyway. We just want to be friends. Definitely. Yeah. You can get wool from woolly rhinos? Fuck yeah. I'm very stoked about woolly mammoths and rhinos, not gonna lie. It's maybe the thing that I'm the most excited about. We'll also make like little ground huts as well around the base of these trees, but these tree homes are going to be the beginning and or base. Need more willow. Peach. Walnut. Alder. Willow. Emus, chat, were fucked. Worse than dinosaurs. There's woolly rhinos? Yeah, there's woolly rhinos and woolly mammoths. It was a truism that you can keep a fort going more than 10 years. Blind Arrow's been a pivotal figure. I do have to ask though, when was that a truism? Because like, I feel like Arch Crystal kind of obliterated that notion, like a long time ago. Like way before me being active, like as a like notable person in the community. You don't know why you're so hyped for the dinosaur update, but you're really looking forward to playing it. Have you felt the same way in the past few days leading up to this release? I've been excited for this release, mostly because it's just the first time in a long time that Dwarf Fortress has just gotten new content, capital N. You know, like a lot of the updates have been like tweaks, visual tweaks, aesthetic tweaks, edge case stuff, some mechanics here and there. But this is just like, yo, we added more animals. Like Dwarf Fortress hasn't added more animals since the animal like fundraiser, which was 1 trillion years ago. So yeah, I'm excited. Quite excited. Definitely. Would be the easiest way to put it. I mean, I prefer dwarves genuinely, but like, I do like to poke fun at people who are like, that's elf speak, because I think it's funny. Because yes, Def, I am elf. Hi. I am elf who is a dwarf, definitely, who's actively going to war against elves by like building a fortress out of wood. The dino stuff was a surprise to you because you thought they were working on magic? They are. Related stuff and demon trained sorcerers and stuff? They are. To me, this is just a more substantial update, but than the... Okay, so you know how you said you don't follow the development that much. Not so long ago, we got an update that was... They added a bunch of dye to the game, like... whole bunch of different kinds of dyes to the game. Very much expanded how dyeing, like changing the colors of materials, worked. And I do think that that's an awesome change to the game. But this to me is similar to that, but more immediately interesting to the player. But it also makes sense, you know, like if you have artists on payroll, you got to use them for something, right? Like this is the classic thing with like AAA development is that, you know, in between game releases, they lay off all of their art teams because it's like, well, we don't need concept artists. What? We don't need concept artists right now because, you know, we're not working on a concept for a game. We're like the concept's done, right? Like the last game's out. And that's like a very unsustainable way of running any kind of development for anything. So it makes sense that, you know, you need to make updates like this, which is like, I don't know how long it took to draw all these sprites, but presumably quite a while because there's a lot of them. And it's like, okay, well, artists you go draw 200 sprites for things, and we're going to put it into an update when they're ready while working on unrelated things. I don't have any secret info, but this was just graphics and raw files. I assume he's been working on magic. I mean, Tarn has said he's working on magic in like Future of the Fortress and stuff, so. Although I haven't actually looked at the contents of the patch, so. I'm sure the wiki will be updated in a matter of hours. Oh, the giant giraffe sprite is incredible. Yeah, I very much agree with that. This poor tree is just becoming a pillar. That's funny. All right, so I'm just going to go here and throw in a teeny weeny itty bitty little itty tiny dining hall tavern thingy. Should I allow visitors? This is the world's smallest tavern. Speaking of taverns that are tiny, some migrants have arrived. Welcome to the tree fort, dwarves. Which means I turn on the thing. Wow, that is a tiny migrant wave. Your third visitor was a new animal person, so this could be fun to see new things. Yeah, no, totally. Also, this is like the most consistent new thing I've seen. These guys. Fulgur. I claim a miner as Fulgur. The new arrival is a miner, so you can have the new arrival miner. Fulgur. Fulgur has military skills. Novice Sword Dwarf. Ooh. Sure, Darius. Let me read this one first. Never falls in love or develops positive feelings towards anything. He prefers a chaotic mess to the boredom of harmonious living. He is rarely moved by curiosity, and he lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and often feels envious of others. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He does not often focus on material goods, and he is a little tight with resources when working on projects. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he occasionally overindulges. When he's nervous, he rarely talks. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally believes that the creation and appreciation of artwork is one of the highest ideals, and values hard work, of course. He also likes lignite, steel, yellow zircon, helms, beds, grackles for their raucous calls, and the words of the cover of Saving and the sight of the taupe of poetry, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven beer and pig's milk and absolutely hates flies. Can't wait to name your king Lord Farquaad. Farquaad? Quard? Hard to understand what that means. Darius, do you have any preferences aside from just beard? You're a member of the religion, which is the Order of Nightmares. All right, that requires additional examination. What the fuck is an Order of Nightmares, man? God of death and murder. Lovely. Which is the most popular god? Rakus, the plague of thieves. Cool. 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 Up here. Darius says, nope. Okay. Darius, you can be a Witchraptor. Darius prefers to be alone, tends to do things correctly each time. He is stubborn and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Often feels lustful and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. Doesn't seek out excitement, generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and scratches his head when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Honestly, scratching head when nervous makes sense to me, because I do that. He personally sees introspection as important and values good craftsmanship. I'm waiting for a dinosaur. Eurus likes dinosaur for reason of. You also worship the god of death and are also a member of the denomination of night. Wait, what? Oh, you're part of the denomination of nightmares, not not the Order of Nightmares. Same god, different denominations. prefers to consume Tyrannosaurus. It's kind of what I'm looking forward to, yeah. Donut. Exactly, Stone Orchids in YouTube chat. Order of Nightmares is what you call your siblings. That's my twin. Okay, let's make a craftsware shop, I think. $25 wooden bolts out of IDK. Hazelwood. So if things get bad, I could, at the very least, shoot some wood at them. Oh, we've got a human lasher. How boring. Fur humor. I don't think your fur is very humorous. You do have a book, though. Understanding the Dark Fortress. It's a 21-page essay, Understanding the Fortress, authored by Nagoking Zolonkolat. It concerns the start of a fisherman elf, Nagoking Cena rumors, in Wraithguards in 125. The writing is quite self-indulgent. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. Yeah. You also have Misconceptions About the Monastery, which is a 97-page guide entitled Misconceptions About the Monastery. It is authored by Lowly Sanarathiu. It concerns the Monastery of Wise Flashes. The writing is a reservoir of amusingly clear quips. What? It's not awful, but not very good either. You don't think I've ever seen it? I've seen Masterful. It's like they're either horrible or perfect. What's the plan? Exclamation point goal. We'll give you a good, clear indicator. Goblin the Third. Oh, true. I should make some statues of dinos. Or of, like, legendary dinos. What do the portals do? Portals, if you've discovered portals, is the word that Dwarf Fortress uses for doors. They are doors. That's what a portal is. Yeah, YouTube chat's asking about portals, Shinobi and Avink here. It is perplexing. Also, it's confusing because they've talked about adding interdimensional portals into Dwarf Fortress before on more than one occasion as part of magic stuff. So, yeah. Not even remotely confuddling. Is what it is, though. Also, chat, thank you very much for helping us obliterate the daily minimum, by the way. You're very kind. And also, I think this is the most people I've had watching since the... Probably the most people I've had watching since the Siege update, I think. Yeah. So cheers to that. Means a lot. All right, this is my very disappointing tavern. Also, my God, a human visitor who's like not ancient? Normally they're like 1,000 years old. Huh. You're up here to recite some poetry, and you've made an acquaintance. Good stuff. What other things do we have? Man, this fort's gonna be super fucking vulnerable to, like, everything. Literally everything. I think I need to move this stockpile. I'll just kind of go around here. Maybe up to like there. About 120 years. Wrong. The lifespan... Oh, I read lifespan of a dwarf. Lifespan of a human is 80 to 120, isn't it? Like, anytime between the year 80 and 120, they have a chance to just die of old age. Dwarves, it's 150 to 180. 60 to 120, okay. So, like, 19 is pretty young. Normally, they show up at, like, 75. At least in my experience, they've shown up at, like, such age. Okay, so let's see if I can build across this safely. We have no idea. And we'll have no idea until the science has been done. Science has not been done yet. Unless somebody's like looking at the raws, we don't know. Gobbo the Third, as in regards to how strong or big even is a dinosaur. I don't even think the wiki probably hasn't even been updated yet. So we effectively do not know. But we'll know eventually. Some of the fun of this series of forts, I guess. Or the next few forts I'll be doing over the next little bit. Sucks to be that one dwarf that got the severe injuries, but is what it is. Willow. Willow. And Willow. Mugs in 5 minutes? In 5 minutes? That's oddly specific. We'll keep an eye out. You saw a Spinosaur kill a bronze colossus? Cool. I don't know what a Spinosaur is. Is that a type of Beyblade? I hope so. That means keep an eye out for a giveaway. So if you're watching on the YouTube side of things, maybe keep an eye out for giveaways. Also, hey, Jeeves, what's up, dude? Jurassic Park, more like Jurassic Dork. Also, we've got another visitor. It's a human. Pandas? What the shit is that? Arthropeluria. Well, that's fucking terrifying. It's a small myriapod, though very large for a myriapod. What is a myriapod? It feeds on detritus. Honestly, my knee-jerk response is fucking kill it with fire, is my thoughts, actually. Giant roly-poly? Oh, is that what that is? Hold on, let me just... Hold on, I'm gonna... Today, this is gonna be a lot of image search stream today. Okay, how the fuck do I spell that? A-R-T-H-R-O-P-L. R-O-P-L. Rhea? Extinct millipede from North America. I want to see a fossil. Not a sculpture. So I found a recreation of one. Holy shit. Okay. That's big. We're going to name him Mr. Bitey. Yeah, that's big. Jesus Christ, dude. Burn it? Yeah, no, as I said earlier, kill it with fire. Wow. Yeah, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 kill it with fire. Also, Blink is gifting 2 Crypt coffee mugs to chat. If you would like a chance to win, not just any mug, but this mug, and you are in Twitch chat, type an exclamation point, enter. This mug. I think it's pretty cool. My friend Fogg did the art for it. Thanks, mate. Appreciate you. These modern millipedes are mostly, yeah, no. Modern millipedes are friend, but millipede that could bite my arm off? Not friend. The question is... Now, this is the question that you're going to hear me ask a lot. Is it an egg layer, and how many eggs does it lay? You know? Like... Like, does anybody want to just, like, search on, like... the, like, not the wiki, but in the raws if it hasn't been added yet? Is it even adult at age 2? It would say child if it wasn't. So, yes, I would assume that it was adult at age 1. It's also a bug, right? So, most bugs in Dwarf Fortress have a lifespan of, like, 3 years. Does it give chitin? Will it blend? Can't make an omelet without baking 1,000 eggs. Yep. It's not a bug, it's a feature. That is very true. Can you eat it? Probably. Huh. Seems like it would be friends with the cavernous with the cave crawlers down in the caverns. Also, Slamhammer, great name, and Fulgur. Congratulations, you both won mugs. If you click on that redeem link, you can redeem your mugs. Thank you very much, Blink. Cheers, dude. Yeah, we're going to be dining on millipede eggs. All right, so the question now is, do I train a bunch of hunting dogs and hope for the best? Do I try to trap it? There's also, by the way, there's also a panda on the map, which normally I'd be freaking out over, but... Chat's voting for it for mayor, apparently. I also need to figure out how to, like, make some sort of perimeter defense for this. Because right now all I've got is this, which is not very defendable. And this, which is very much not defendable. And I've got a dwarf eating lettuce. Hope you like your lettuce, dwarf. Feetsies, yeah, that's what we call them. Salisaur. I'm suddenly just looking at this going like, okay, how do I set up defenses? What do I have for Conglomerate at the minute? I also just kind of don't want this to be super ugly. It's the other bit. But maybe I don't have time to worry about that. Question is, can the millipedes climb? They can in real life, so I don't see why not. I mean, you know, I feel like that should be the god of the Order of Nightmares. I know that that god is a dwarf, but like... I feel like that should be the god of the Order of Nightmares. Oh, Holy One, please, leg me. Indeed, Slamhammer. Enjoy your mug. Get it shipped over to you. Enjoy it. We're gonna go down here and hack down these. Probably that as well, actually. Another human bard is visiting. My chief medical dwarf is pissed and hates his life. Watch it be like just totally docile and just leave the map. Actually, this is just curious for science. It's an and symbol? No, it's not. Where is it? Oh, no, it's an A. Okay. That would make more sense. I thought I saw a moving and symbol. I don't even see it. Where the fuck is it? Do not see. I don't see it, chat. I realize this is like looking for a needle in a pile of text, but... Dude, if it's actually stealth, that's fucking creepy. It's 5 from the edge, is it? Oh, that would be why it's not centered then. I'm genuinely just kind of curious as to what... I can't see it at all. Am I doing a word search? Kind of looks like it. I believe... Oh, no, I see it. There it is. It's right here. It's this guy. Zooming in doesn't help too much, but yeah, it's right there. It's got ASCII camo. Yeah, it stands out a bit more with the graphics enabled. That's for sure. What, just like a coverall jacket that's just like Dwarf Fortress ASCII? Yeah, that'd be neat. Be interesting if nothing else. I need to make a bookkeeper. Can you milk it? I'm gonna go with no on that one. But who knows, maybe. I'm also gonna go with, I'm not gonna try. Because it might fight back. I do hope that that we get an army of like agitated ones of these though. It doesn't seem to be moving super quick. I guess that's one benefit. My loss? Okay. That's fine. I'll survive. Gonna brewski some drinks. What did we find? Whatever the fuck this thing is. Giant millipede. From the pictures I found online, like multiple meters long. Yeah. Not a fan. Tame it? I have to catch it. But... because taming ain't that straightforward. It's fucking adorable? Is that what you said? You and me have very different definitions of adorable. I gotta be honest with you. There's a Gorlak necromancer in this world who has like 10 pages with a infected ghoulish condition. Infected ghoulish condition? What's an infected ghoulish condition? Interesting. Frame rate suddenly got stuttery. Oh. Oh. Peregrine Falcon people. Oh, turning them into ghouls. Okay, I thought that like he was in like the Gorlak necromancer dude was like infected with some sort of like evil weather disease or something. That's what I thought you meant, but no, that makes sense. Does that mean I can catch the ugly? In regards to this thing, maybe? But I need to get cages set up first, which is why I'm trying to get this outer wall set up in some sort of complete-ish fashion. And yes, these are currently, like, just walls, but they're going to be fortified, so... No, it's making experiments. Like, if it's making ghouls or something, or, like, so-and-so's demons or whatever, those are necromancer experiments. This world has a ton of those. They're always cool when they happen, I gotta say. It's one of my favorite occurrences in Fort mode. Yeah. Just experiments. So if it's like something ghoul or something demon, those are usually experiments. I say usually because there's exceptions to every rule, but that's probably what that is referring to. Let's also get these loaded and these loaded because I got a bunch of bolts lying around. And I'm just going to make a ammo bin right here for bolts. Ghouls can infect other ghouls is the notable syndrome-based experiment. Oh yeah, I mean, also not looking at legends, it could. That's kind of the thing that I was wondering is like it could be a syndrome situation. I'm sorry, what? We got a whole squad? That's a funny-looking axeman. It's got a copper halebred. Chat, as somebody who's been baking a lot of sourdough, I also hail bread. You have 10 children? Oh my gosh. Is it normal that after the update your necromancer mayor died of old age? No. I do like this guy's last name though. Yelled heavens. I'll get on that, Nikenton. Weird. But no, according to Norman Collins in YouTube chat or in Twitch chat says, is it normal that after the update my necromancer died of old age? I would say maybe go post about that because like they're supposed to be immortal, right? Unless like died of combat, but if like literally it's like died of old age, like if you've like used DFAC to double check, like that Now, this is a human, so it checks out. He's also 91 years old with 10 children. Was a chamberlain at one point, was also a prisoner of the Oaken Realms. Is a former member of the Band of Oblivion. Yeah, that's because he's banned from Oblivion, right? He's currently a member of the... He's a noted treasure hunter for the Society of Toast. Good stuff. This guy's also married. This guy's married and has 2 lovers. The Confederation of Freckles. So you're the one who's been here for a while. This is a human lasher with a legendary skill. What are you legendary in? Nothing? Then why are you blinking? Huh. Has come asking questions to relax, and she is seeking information about the location of Impaled Wind. So they're looking for... This is a crew of people looking for a specific artifact. Interesting. Let's see if I know anything about Impaled Wind. Nope. I do not have any knowledge of any artifact named Impaled Wind. Oh, this is conglomerate. Well, that's useful. Okay, found the aquifer. Let's dig through that. Yep, I am already using it. But thanks for the reminder. Unless there's been another one. Didn't realize the blinking meant something. Usually if they're blinking, it means they have a legendary skill. What is an elder dragon? I don't know. What is an elder dragon? I don't know. You tell me. Where are you seeing this? Have we done any dino fighting yet? No, not yet. I mean, I only have 9 dwarves, so that would be pretty suicidal at this point. But there is whatever the fuck this burn it with fire critter is. I mean, that would be my guess would be a mod. It sounds like a mod. Elder Dragon is a class of enemies in Monster Hunter. Ah, okay. You'd like a lady dwarf, anyone just named Cassie. Can do. I should also... I didn't run a quick save, did I? Did I do that, like, out of automatic habit? Why is it saving on the 7th? Like, I wouldn't put it past me to do something like that, but just like impulse autosave, but Cassie is an adequate siege operator. Dragons become bigger and stronger with age. Elder Dragon is just a very old dragon match that's max size, but like I've never heard of this before. There is nothing in the wiki about an Elder Dragon. So either that's a mod, it's new, or chat's hallucinating. Would be my response to what is an Elder Dragon. Chat is in a strange mood. I mean, if you're using like, I don't know, Masterwork Dwarf Fortress, that might have something in it, but or Artifact Dwarf Fortress or whatever it's called now. That's the only thing I could really think of, though. Also, damn, this is the most people playing Dwarf Fortress has had since the Siege update. Siege update, how many people played Dwarf Fortress? I'm just looking at player counts right now. It's like 2,600? Currently, there's 1,300 people playing. Not bad for a Thursday. Can you assign cats to a pasture? They will, like, absolutely leave the pasture, but yes, you can. You could also just geld all the cats and eat the ones that aren't named and keep the population at bay. Playing Monster Hunter World is like you mostly from Souls-likes, and the combat would be similar in the traps and consumables, but it's totally different. I mean, yeah, they're different franchises. That shouldn't be a surprise. That's because Catsplosion's MVNCHOH Munkov? I'm not sure how to say that. Catsplosions were a like bug that then became a meme that then became a mod, which just makes cats hotter than the sun, which then doubly became a meme. So that's why you've heard of them, but you've never really had problems with them, because it was a bug that wasn't in the game for longer than like a week. That was patched a trillion years ago that then became a meme, which is thermonuclear catsplosions. So that's why you've never had a problem with them. I mean, like, yeah, if you just like let them breed, like you'll get a lot of cats, but catsplosions don't really happen. How's the update so far? So far, you know, it's new animals. There was a giant centipede critter thingy on the map. World Gen seems to be slower. Which is probably like the reality of having more animals. You enjoy being a crazy cat dwarf, you keep them rampant? I mean, hell yeah. You live your life, right? A 1.0 release date for August. Not sure that's a good idea with the state of the games as it is, with the state of the game as it is right now. I don't know what the state of Astronauts is because I've never played it, but I do plan to play it whenever it hits early access, or whenever it leaves early access, rather. Excuse me. Was that today that it announced it? Man, Kid Fox is busy. Holy shit. The Caves of Cud update and announcement for Caves of Cud merch. Astronauts 1.0 announcement. Yeah, no kidding. They must be sweating over there. That's crazy. Yes and no. It depends on what the clowns are made out of. Gabo, the third. Cage traps need mechanisms and cages, but you can build cage traps without having a cage built. But in order for it to be functional, you need cages. So, like, if I put some cage traps out here, it'll let me build them. But in order for them to function, they need to have, you know... Oops, no, not conglomerate. I'm going to use willow blocks. In order for them to function, I need to make cages. Yeah, exactly. To load them, you need cages. Also, I should make some cages. Speaking of... Let's just get ahead of this. And it's time to make some brews. We'll see what we have to brew. Also, these dwarves are very busy, turns out. Oh yeah, that we're gonna have to definitely try and... Your first dino's a Stegosaurus? You stole it from the elves? Tame, I presume, yeah? Fun. Yes and no. Like, mountains are weird. The answer is you probably can't, but other things possibly can. But also probably not. So, like, yes and no is, like, the actual answer. Mountains are, like, a weirdly continent-dividing thing in Dwarfort. Because, like, if there's caves running underneath it, then yes, but you still can't traverse it in Fort mode. In Adventure mode, you can traverse it. Yeah, mountains are very restrictive in Dwarfort. I mean, they do have a big mouth, Gobbo the Third. Yeah, I know very little about the state of it. Well, hopefully that patch is good. Sophidus. It's best to be positive about these sort of things until you actually have your hands on a thing. Like, if they're announcing a 1.0 update for a game, then just hope that the 1.0 update fixes the issues that you're currently dealing with. That's generally the way I try to think about it. Otherwise, I just get pessimistic. It's very easy to be a pessimist when thinking about things that you like. No, I've just played video games for a really long time and been disappointed a bunch. Because younger worlds have nothing interesting going on. I like worlds that have some developed history to discover, because the capability of the player to be able to write history is pretty minimal. So I personally like being able to... How do I put this? I like discovering things that have already happened as opposed to being the most interesting thing happening, if that makes any sense. I've played plenty of very young worlds, and I just, like, 250 to 300 years is, like, the sweet spot. Like, this is a young world, in my opinion. Because my right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision ghost. It's self-deprecating humor that's stuck. If I could do it again, I wouldn't go with this username, but I'm this deep, and I have this much contact, and I have this much branding, so there's, like... I don't know. I know people are always just like, I'll just change your name. It's like, it's not really that easy. Like, that's kind of a dangerous predicament. Like, I know people over the years who've changed their username on the internet that have, like, super duper regretted it. I just got a text message asking if I want any used pots or plant pots, and I'm just, like, staring at them now, going, like, okay, hold on, what? It's a really nice tree pot. There's a really nice ceramic one in there. Sorry, sudden distraction. I shouldn't be texting while streaming. This is like texting and driving. It's dangerous and distracting. Shadow changed their username once, worked out well enough. Sure, but I don't think it's like your entire industry, business, and branding, right? Like if it's just a username, that's fine. But it's not really financial costs. It's like I have 12 years worth of SEO related to this username. So the only time it's like a problem, this username is like, well, there's 2 times where it's a problem. One, like meeting people in real life, that sometimes people don't like to call me blind, which is fine. But on top of that, the other time that it becomes a bit of an issue is when people just randomly tune in and like accuse me of like being ableist because I'm like not blind. Apparently, they're like, "You're not blind. How dare you like pose as a disabled person?" Like, excuse me, the fuck's wrong with you? Which happens once in a blue moon. So it's like, I don't know. If I could do it again, I wouldn't have this username, but it's a bit hard. No, it was internet edgy humor. Sophitus in YouTube chat. Like, because I used to play a lot of like Counter-Strike and free-to-play FPS games back in the day. And when I did that, you know, self-deprecating humor was pretty heavy. So, like, I couldn't see very well, and I eventually changed my name to that. And it was funny when blind IRL snipes you. It's like, hey, you got shot by the blind guy. So it just kind of stuck. It just is what it is. May have killed you at some point. Your name comes with sucking at FPS games like Half-Life and Counter-Strike. I never played Half-Life. I played Counter-Strike Source. I never got into Go. I played Crossfire when I was a poor child that couldn't afford video games. I played... what else did I play? I played Combat Arms. I played Guns the Duel. I played Battlefield 2. I played... Heroes of New Earth. I know that's not a first-person shooter. I played League of Legends. I played Dota. I don't know, that's kind of it. It was free. Nasum. Team Fortress 2? I never got into Team Fortress. Apparently Combat Arms still exists. How about Joe? Apparently. Which blows my mind. I played way too much Ghost mode in Crossfire. To the 3 people who know what Crossfire Ghost mode is. Like, it's not unlikely I killed you if you played a lot of Ghost mode. Because I was ridiculously good at Ghost mode for a minute there. It's like the one, like, unique thing that game had. I did not like mutant mode, but at least not as much as Ghost. It was a weird novelty. Also, that was around the time I stopped playing that game. So I liked the like single player of Half-Life. I never got into the multiplayer though. Back in the day my eyes have gotten a lot worse, and now I'm not. Gobo. Like, my vision has gotten considerably worse since then. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoop. And down to here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks fine. And then I can just dig a trench around the outside of this. Oh, no, it's fine, Gabo. Don't be. So what we're going to do is we're going to clear the perimeter trees around the edges. Dig a trench. Probably just keep it as a dry trench for safety reasons. See if I can fill it up with spikes of some kind. And then just work our way forward. See what we get from that. We also need to brew some drinks because we out. If you set, when you generate your world, one of the options, Democrit, is that most of the dinosaurs are domesticated. So I would assume with that option, yes. We got wren people. Wow. 2 different types of wren or bird people now. So something that I've noticed. Not one set of birds or bird people have gotten stuck in the air somewhere. And now, knock on wood. But for those of you who've been playing recently, especially, there's been a series of bugs in the game. One of them primarily being like pretty horrendous, like pathing for flying creatures. If that's real, if that's like not just me being suspicious and like thinking, hey, maybe they fixed this, that's actually huge. Because like I've seen 2 different groups of bird people and a bunch of ravens make it across the map. Also fucking terrifying if you play a lot of Untamed Wilds, but. Happy patch day, Tellin. Happy patch day. Also, unemployed Chaku, it's good to see you. Thanks for the 41st month. You think that's a prime number? I mean... You like that extinction option? I really hope that extinction option plays into some kind of like fossils in the future, because I'm just obsessing over the idea of fossils in Dwarf Fort. Finally caught me live, but your hair looks so silver. Is it natural? Yes, I look young. I'm 32. So my entire life growing up, I was always told that I had my grandma's hair. My grandma was completely gray at 35. And I started going gray at 15. So if I wasn't gray, it wouldn't be natural. It's actually like grayer than it looks too. Back in the day, I used to stream with a darker background color. And when I did that, it wasn't anywhere near as obvious. So I've had a lot of people be like, holy shit, I haven't watched you in 2 years and you went gray. It's like, no, no, this has just been happening for a while. But no, hair's natural. I mean, it like the original color was more like this. It was like dark brown originally. You pull it off. People just accuse me of lying about my age on dating apps. Generally, they're like, "You're not actually as young as you say you are." I was like, "No, I'm 32." I'll grow into it. Vampire hunters, yeah. So people, sometimes people tell me that like I pull off a good Witcher costume, but just need to grow a little bit of a beard. Game of Thrones? God, I don't know. I don't want to die. Seems like a good way to die, man. My hair touched my glasses, so they got smeared. Well, I'm not older, though, Gabo. Kind of look like a wizard from the Hobbit movie. That's funny. Oh no, that's willow blocks. Don't want willow blocks. I want conglomerate because they're tougher and more resistant to fire. Not a bad start for this little fort, I gotta say. Not a bad start. And we've got bayberry, apricot, more apricot. Good stuff. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. We've dug down, we've found rose quartz, but we're still... Oh, actually, it looks like we've made it through the aquifer. Let's see. Personally, I in my heart, I feel more like a Radagast than a Gandalf. Just because... Oh, never mind. I lied. Just because Radagast, you know, is like the crazy mushroom duder. My outpost liaison has arrived. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, supply caravan from the Simple Glove is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. I don't know. I feel like Tom Bombadil is a more all-powerful creature, though. You had a friend go bald in the early 20s, so it could be worse. I mean, honestly, like, as long as whatever you do, you accept it and rock it, then who cares? Like, bald, gray, you know, who cares? Is what it is. Seem more like Saruman. Oh, no. Okay, I do love this dwarf just standing on the branch, though. Look at that. Conducting a meeting while sitting on a tree branch. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes, says, while talking to Zephon, who's sitting on a tree branch. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Information's been added to Civilization and World Info. I'm not going to import wood. I usually just import wood. I'm going to import metal ore, maybe. Or actually, gotta look. Yeah, there's nothing. Makes sense, though. Actually, are elephants importable? No, they're not. Dang. Yeah, let's just do metal ore. We'll probably find metal ore as well, but actually maybe not. There's many things that shouldn't be shameful in society, idle villager. You know, we kind of short on wood. I'm short, and I'm sitting on wood. I do wonder how many people have imported Coke under miscellaneous, not knowing what Coke is. Holy shit, okay, hold on. Pterodactylus eggs? You know, I'm not going to lie, the magpie egg is significantly less exciting now versus the, you know, that. I'm just going to ask for that. Bring me that. Be a delicacy. They want ammunition and anvils. Okay. That's probably what I'm going to sell them already, actually. Going to sell the bolt thrower parts and, probably just the bolt thrower parts. I don't really have anything else. Bolt thrower parts, maybe wheelbarrows? Oh, there's my ammo bin. Send that. Wooden bolt. And, I need a broker who I will double as the wood, or a broker who I will double up as the bookkeeper. Which is now Fulgur, who's coming to trade at the depot. If trees weren't... You know, honestly, Saruman is kind of like a necromancer experimenter in in a Dwarf Fortress equivalent kind of universe. I kind of got to say that just because, like, you know, he does build an army in that kind of a way. Elves axe the trees nicely. Dwarves axe the trees efficiently, is what I would say. We ain't got time for manners. Chat, what the fuck is a Meohippus? Because apparently you can milk them. I don't know, because there's only so many designs you could do. I don't really look at Vaughn's forts all that much, so I'm not, like, imitating it intentionally or anything. I need to see what a Meohippus. Meohippus. I'm literally just getting pictures of horses, basically. Is this like a... No, so it's not a... okay, it's not a hippopotamus. This is what I'm getting. It's like a... Yeah, it's like a donkey-ish thing. I am learning about stuff. I did not know these existed until 19 seconds ago. It's a small horse extinct from an extinct genus of horse existing longer than most Equidae. It lived in North America from 32 to 25 million years ago. Huh. Anyway, you can milk them. Because there's milk. I was thinking hippo because it has hippus, but that's how we've discovered that they exist in this game, is because I found their milk. That's dope. That's cool. You can milk any mammal? Yes, but we'll buy all those. I feel like battle axes should be the primary weapon of choice. Actually, I'll buy some pigtail, some llama wool. I was gonna also buy some silk, but there's no silk. I'll buy that anvil. Buy the meats. I'm gonna ignore the fish. Grab the plump helmets. I don't think I can afford the plump helmets. Buy some of the plump helmets. See if they'll trade. Yay, they did. Excellent. Or actually called a water horse. I feel like people have told me this before. Like, I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, I feel like I knew this. Also, in other news, we got baby elephants. I like how baby elephants just kind of look like they forgot they have eyebrows. It's like adult baby. I'm sorry, what? Terrified while in conflict. Nothing is agitated. What are you in conflict with? Weird. Baby dog, maybe? Regardless, I'm sure that's fine. Let's go up to here. I also threw you up here. I need some offices, so I'm thinking I'm going to throw a couple offices and other structures up here. Willow blocks. I'm just going to pause the game for a sec instead of actually building all this. I'm going to go up to here and just do this. Make a couple bigger rooms, basically. And then I'm just going to go to the back of this and just flatten these so that we can build all the end pieces. And then get rid of that so that they don't deconstruct the stuff I don't want them to deconstruct, and then fill this in. And also go over here and build that. Good stuff. And then you can be removed from this. And I'm going to go down here and see what's... Gotta fill you in. And unpause the game. That would help. Whenever your dwarves got possessed, died, zombified, attacked another dwarf, rediscovered empathy, and now they stand there by my base. Well, hell yeah. At least they're friends now. Gargoyle, dog, Draugr. Found one of his own kind. Anyway, today Blind learns what an ancient horse is, and more news at 11. Dwarf Fortress being a stealthy educational game is actually one of my favorite things about this game, though. Full stop. My favorite type of soup? Like to make or just in general? I really like any kind of soup that happens to come with like... or be made... Oh, I see. The dog's got no fight with the wild boar. I really like soups that include squash or like hearty winter soups. But like the actual answer is probably borscht. I made a huge fucking pot of borscht recently when it was still chilly, like 2 months ago. A friend of mine was coming over because we went to go see a concert. And we were like going back and he was just like, so what are we going to do for dinner tonight? Like after the shows, I was like, oh, I made a massive pot of borscht. And he's like, fuck yeah. Everybody likes borscht. Borscht is like 2 thumbs up. My crew with no limbs on a pole. So my mom has a variety of apple tree that does that. Like it doesn't branch at all. It literally just has like one tiny tube that just slowly gets thicker and just like bundles the apples around the edge. It's bizarre. Couldn't tell you the name of it though. Bearded dwarf named Jay. Cap. I'm waiting for some ad stands, so I'm going to leave the game paused for another 30 seconds though. What is what? Drac? Did you find something wild? Or are you saying what the fuck is borscht? Or thick cheddar broccolini? Bit too carby for me. What kind of trees are they? I'm very confused by this whole sentence. Why are the trees the many animals they are growing like this? I can't give you an answer unless you give a better description, I guess. But you saw a tree that grew no limbs, just a pole. Like, that's not abnormal. Lots of trees do that. Anyway, he is rarely jealous and takes no pleasure in talents and appearance, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He's quite ambitious and he can handle stress. He often acts with compassion and has an active imagination. He doesn't mind a little wearing something special now and again, and he tends to avoid crowds. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he is trusting. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but grumbles mildly at shite weather. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values romance. He likes gabbro, bismuth, and jelly opal, as well as giant Cody bone and Rami fabric, as well as the colored taupe. Statues, scepters, and the words of the cover of saving and the sound of the umber of wonder. And when possible, he prefers to consume king cobra and dwarven cheese and pendant amaranth beer and absolutely hates bats. He worships the Tan no Kim, which is the god of nightmare and death, and you're a member of the Deep Doctrines, which is, I'm assuming, the Same as everybody else, but a different religion based on the same god. So temples. The Tan. Oh no, never mind. Earth and caverns. Rakust is the god of death and murder. So yeah, you worship the god of caverns. Currently, my food is, I'm currently being very frugal because I had some stiff months when it comes to bills. So I'm currently, my nightly dinner is more or less just kidney beans, chickpeas, and corn, and I have this like vegan crumble stuff, which kind of has a similar, I would describe it as like it's almost a like ground beef kind of texture, which I seared. So I made a big pot of that, and that's just sitting in my fridge. I might freeze some of it though, because it's been there for about 5 days now. And I've just been having portions of that with other things. So bread, last night I had bread and scrambled eggs with that, which was pretty fucking banger. I've been doing like green beans and broccoli and chicken with that because I have some chicken that's frozen, but I've been eating that in pretty small portion sizes because chicken's worth its weight in gold. A lot of that kind of stuff. You're just confused at the trees that are growing this way? Well, what kind of trees are they, though? Like, if you tell us what type of tree they are, because the game will tell you if you click on them, that'll probably give us some indication as to, like, what or why they're growing that way. Hello, Patolus, how are you? How are you indeed? This can be 2 offices. Is particularly a date palm. That would do it. That'd do it. That would be the reason. Mystery solved. Okay, so let's go up to here and make some cage traps. We're up to 13 dwarves now. Yeah, the first test embark I did in this region had a bunch of 2x2 trees, but unfortunately, like, this one doesn't, but still just checking. Just wild boars right now, nothing crazy. Let those dry for a little bit. Bread and beans for the win. Yep. Needs empty food container. Yeah, that checks out. At least we've got a decent amount of booze lying around now, though. I actually haven't checked. I wonder how high this map goes. Up to layer 70, and it starts at layer 48, and we're currently... Oh, wow, I've got, like... This is a great map for building tall. It goes all the way up to layer 70. I didn't even look. It only goes down to layer 5? It's a very shallow valley, that's for sure. Holy shit. Perfect for my use cases, though. First time in chat. Is it possible to build a tower inside of, like... instead of a cave? I mean, isn't that kind of what I'm doing? So, like, this is on the surface level. This is 1 layer up. This is 2 layers up, 3 layers up, 4 layers up, 5 layers up, 6 layers up, 7 layers. I do not recommend building one in Untamed Wilds like I'm doing, because this is going to be hell pretty soon. Yes, you can do that. I mean, we're digging. We're also digging. Because I don't limit my options. You should see when he built a fire clay castle. Or back in the day when I made a castle out of soap, when you could do that.
Nomold 999 cheered. X500. Greg builds wherever he wants.
I mean, that's not totally true. There's limitations to where I build. Although I think this might be the first, like, big tower fort I've built in a while. I know that, like, Violent Hunger was kind of a tower fort, but not quite. Godo's Champion has apparently been a YouTube member for 39 months. Holy shit. Dude, like, YouTube members have, like, been around for a minute now. That's wild, dude. Appreciate you. Did I get any dinos yet? We've had a few things wander in and out of the map, but nothing caught, tamed, or attacked by. I do have elephants, though. It's longer than you've been subbed? Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Oh, Laya, did you get your payment stuff working again? Or did you get gifted? I don't actually know. There's a couple people, actually, who are in that boat at the minute. Okay, so this over here is just going to become an office once, or actually 2 offices, I think. Cool. Let's do an almond table. Can actually fit 3 offices into here. Did I start a new fort? You needed to start a new fort to get the new content for this update, so yes, we did in fact start a new fort because of that. So this is going to be the broker for Fulgur. Let's do an oak table, some nice oak wood, and a nice chair made out of almond. And this can be the Hexpedition leader. And then in the middle, be the manager, the middle manager, if you will. It's a co-working space, obviously. What was added? 100 new prehistoric animals and some new world gen options for them, plus a bunch of graphics for animal people. Now that I have that, Nolan Grizzlepost would like to join for the purpose of entertaining us. Who are you? A human bard. He's a member of the Storm of Depressions. She's heard that the Crystalline Sourness, which is apparently the name of my tavern, which is a platform in a tree, is a good place to look for long-term work. I don't know, chat. Do we need to let this 40-year-old bard lady to maximize dinosaur encounters? Start with them tamed. I don't know, aside from that. Maybe not if she's a werebeast. Technically, they're not supposed to be able to visit if they're a werebeast, but I'm just going to say no. I'm going to hope for people with weapons. These dwarves all have roommates because space is at a premium up in here. These are going to be nicer bedrooms, probably. That's kind of my thinking. This can get deconstructed. And let's go down into here and dig deeper. That are university dorms, Grundick. That's not supposed to happen. Like, that should be a bug. Also, good news. We found magnetite. This magnet's pretty tight, let me tell you. Two thumbs up. Check it out. Although, it's still an aquifer. At least on that side it is. It's generally sparse. Because that was the default when I learned to play this game. It was sparse. So that's just what I'm used to. When I'm doing advanced world gen, about 1600 to 2100 usually. Two-year-old, clearly human vampire visit your fort once, so that's kind of neat. I mean, sometimes they identify themselves, but like were creatures specifically are not supposed to be able to migrate to your, like, or just show up in your tavern because they're supposed to be like known, I guess. Unless they contract like were creature disease while in your fort. Like that. It's not supposed to happen. Just because it doesn't mean it's intended, I guess. That's what I should be saying. Like, it does happen, but as everything that I've been told ever has, like, consistently reiterated that it's not supposed to happen. And I'm going to throw a lever up Heather. Oops, rock mechanisms, please. Which I have none of. I have no rocks, so I can't really make mechanisms. So let's go down another level, actually. Priority number 1. Let's see what's down here. Yeah, too much iron. Oh, well, that's not what I was looking for, but I guess that's what I get. You have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Welp. At least there's drainage now. Man, that's actually kind of wild. Okay, well, we'll just go this way then. This is such a shallow map, though. Like, it's ridiculously shallow. Magnetite caverns? It kind of seems like it. There's also a lava puddle right there, which I should go over there and just build. I should just build like a magma forge on top of this. Candy? No. No candy. But there is a Kinder Surprise egg, though. It's cool, though. Bunch more human bards. And a cave croc. No, it's not on top of a gem spire. No, that's just a little fun box. Little one-off one. So, no, not a gem spire. Don't get too excited. But it probably has lava inside of it. Or a creature made of fire. Could be either, actually. Patch day, new fort. Correct amigo. Oh, correct amigo. What am I saying? Okay, so you. I'm just waiting on another additional mechanism. Right there. So let's hook up to this. I'm just gonna kind of make little precarious walkways around in here. I have been really hopeful that dinos would be cavern creatures in some cases, but I don't think we're gonna get that lucky, actually. I don't think that's a thing. Quite convinced that's not a thing, actually. Yeah, you've been able to do that since the Steam version released in regards to smoothing under tables and chairs, I think. What you can't do is smooth under statues. You just can't build structures under them as well. That's the other thing you can't do. You haven't, Dracogen? Huh? There has to be like some hidden bug fixes and stuff in this patch too. Whoa! Tullus, thanks for the money. Appreciate you. The $1. I should turn off the sound effect for those. Or change it to something more normal to stream or for stream. Uh-oh, I'm seeing combat. What are you fighting with? Oh, somebody fell. I see. They had to jump out of the way of a tree. That's fine. And a giant cave swallow. I hope the giant cave doesn't swallow me. I mean, you know, Dwarf Fortress is like, when people talk to me about like how do I keep this game interesting, the biggest piece of advice I give people, Garrus, is go play something else for 6 months. Because this is one of those games that like historically people would play obsessively when a patch would come out, and then you take a year off, or 3 years off, or a decade off, and then you come back. And I do think that holds pretty true for Dwarf Fort. I would obviously like it if people just obsessively played this game forever, nonstop, without breaks, but, you know, you can't have everything. Hey, Vukrock, how are you? I try. Tranquil. You're still trying to master a moat? Don't put water in it. Put spikes in it. Or don't put anything in it. Just make it a really long drop. Much safer for your dwarves. I think down in here, I should put some sneaky minecart setups. So let's go wooden minecart. And just make, sure, 10 of them. But let's make, well, no, let's just make one. I'm just going to make a minecart stock, or a minecart stockpile down here for wood, so that I can have ample access to Infinity Wood. This is just going to be wood. Would you kindly? You are going to load from here, but also load from there. And you're not going to take from anywhere anymore, and you up here also are not going to take from everywhere anymore, just down here. And I just need them to make that minecart. You've always wanted a lava moat, but that's kind of hard, so you've never done it? I would say that a lava moat is less of a pain in the ass than a water moat, because if a dwarf falls into it, they're just dead and don't leave a body there for all eternity. But I get you. Like, it's annoying as heck that they just leave the corpse there forever, basically. And the last thing I need to do with this is just remove these and then set you to load wood. And now we have 200,576 billion hauling jobs. Like, look at that. Just look at that. They're going to empty all this out up here. What else do we have on the map now? Just ravens. As a woolly mammoth person, you need a world with a woolly mammoth person. Chat was talking about a dinosaur that killed a bronze colossus earlier, which is pretty crazy, actually. So it's like a lookout tower? I don't know exactly what the headcanon lore for this fort is. I think, like, this is a mostly destroyed faction. We have a goblin leader, so we definitely don't have good intentions. That's kind of the only baseline idea that I have. But aside from not having good intentions and this faction having a goblin leader, we want to kill all the dinos. So we're trying to locate, isolate, and exterminate dinosaurs. T-Rex versus Titan. Damn right, son. Uh-oh. I spoke too soon. Well, that's a shame. Problem solved. After experiencing trauma, did you just see a raven die? Is that why? What happened? Oh, there was just some stuck animals, and because I'm trying to get other critters to wander onto the map, I just exterminated them. In other news, we've got giant deer, which in comparison to dwarves are probably just normal deer. Because dwarves are small, right? So wouldn't normal deer be... Like, normal deer aren't small. You want to play the whole world as an adventurer who joins a fort and lives there, and then when the fort falls, they migrate to the next fort? Should I pick a hero or chosen or normal? Good luck. Probably a hero. Chosen have very limited start spots. But if you want to have big parties of random people with you, I would play as a chosen because you can just like demand people join your party and they almost always will because you're like, you're a god basically. I think we just murked a fox. Oh, it's because it was an agitated fox, right? Kicks the agitated fox, bruising the muscle, destroying the floating ribs. It begins, chat. It begins. You could also do like multiples. It doesn't have to just be one. I wonder if that, it's probably not butcherable, but if it is, I would like to butcher it. Might just not be close enough. Although, I could actually just, what the fuck? Anyway, I'm just gonna go here, just say corpses. And then also up here. Also going to do something, I'm going to make a burrow, just right now, before it's too late and I need it. We'll delete all the extra bits later. It's fine. Even though I'm not actually going to use the burrow just yet. Down in here, just going to go over to this. Remove you. I'm in an ad break. Perfect. Hell, my floating ribs. That is something that fox probably said. Yes, we're in an ad break, so I will pause game. That'd be OP. The lizard people are already pretty strong. Gargoyle, the Draugr. I'm still team. I want kobolds to be able to communicate, talk with, and automatically have tame raptors. By that, I mean velociraptors, like the little itty bitty ones. Just because to me that would be very fucking funny. I'm talking about Twitch ads. I have no idea when YouTube ads play. I have no way of discerning it. YouTube's not very good, at least the way I have it set up, to tell me when ads are running. So, 1,400 people playing Dwarf right now. You'll love to see it. On a Thursday. Normal peak player counts is like 1,000 on a Thursday, so you'll love to see it. Also, thank you very much to the 330 of you still watching on Twitch and the 261 on the YipTubs. Appreciate you guys. Also, please do me a huge favor, and any and all footage or scenes you get of dinosaurs, please post them on my Discord in the Dwarf Talk room, and you might get thrown into a news video because I'm only going to see so much today, and I'm only going to be able to find so much more. I will probably just go into arena mode for an actual news video on this, but yeah. I know that those are real. They don't sound or feel real to me, Tanner. Like, it's like, I know that's a real thing. I know that a Utah Raptor is a real thing. Doesn't sound like a real thing. It's like very hard for me to believe that it's a real thing, even though I know it's a real thing. I don't know why, but it is. All right, so down here, I'm going to just nuke that. Just get rid of this now. What if I dump you? Set you to be dumped right here. I've never been, so I don't know. I would assume so because I tend to take people's word for it when it comes to the existence of places. Whisperio. Also, there's too many fucking trees being hauled. So you right here, just gonna have 3 wheelbarrows in it. And you up here, gonna have 2 wheelbarrows in it. And I'm going to make wooden wheelbarrows. Best, that's just a raptor from Temu. Senvi. Can I be the cheesemaker? I have a cheesemaker? That's news to me. Oh, I do. Oh, neat. Frosty Noodle. Frosty Noodle is the cheese mecca. The cheese mecca. It was near a trap, he says, and it's interesting. It's a neat design. You're kindred spirits with a bunch of dwarves, and you have some close friends as well. Rakust is your deity, god of death. You're a member of the denomination of sins. What a fucking good name. You want to be extravagant with your life. He never deliberates before acting, and to the point of being considered thoughtless. He is gripped by crippling shyness, and he is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough. Wait, no, I'm reading the wrong dwarf. Sorry. Is concerned only with matters practical to the situation at hand. And how did I click on the wrong one? I don't even know how that happened. He is absolutely no inclination towards abstract discussion. He's a perfectionist, and he has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He is a friendly individual, and he enjoys the company of others. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to not reveal personal information. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He can handle stress and is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and often feels lustful. He is slow to trust others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. In the current world you're generating, a dragon was struck down by a giant grizzly bear. Must have been one hell of a fight. Or a very young dragon. Or maybe the dragon was sleeping. He personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and is a firm believer of the value of tradition. Believes that those who sacrifice for others would be deeply respected, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and values family. He dreams of creating a masterwork someday. He likes calcite, pig iron, rose gold, giant deer antler, bolts, leggings, and guinea fowls for their social nature, and the sound of the tulip of bewildering him. Impossible prefers to consume sparrow, pineapple wine, and Meohippus milk. Cool. And likes buckwheat and absolutely hates jumping spiders. Wait, if you generate a world where the ancient animals are extinct, are you still going to have dwarves who prefer to consume those animals? I wonder. Has divine metal necromancer slabs? That's pretty dope. Doesn't really surprise me, though. I really have given these dwarves too many hauling jobs, haven't I? Oh, all the leaves are falling. I like how Frosty is like the only dwarf without a bedroom. I'm sorry, dude. What if I did this? Make it more this kind of thing. It's a very ballsy fort, chat. What the heck's a trilobite? Is that like bigger or smaller than a kilobyte? Hold on, I need to look up a trilobite. Not to be confused with cinnabites, right? I need to go look up a trilobite. Oh, those things, right, okay. I've seen fossils of those. I've held a fossil of one of those. Those thingies. Trilobite these nuts, Radis. That's all I got. You have a fossil? Those fossils of those things are pretty common. That's why I said I've held one, but... That's a lot of logs, man. So you should start right there. You wanted to go on a trip this supper digging for fossils? Or this summer digging for fossils. I getcha. I mean, like I said, I've been to the Badlands in Canada, which is essentially just like go up a dirt road and like look in a pothole and you'll find like 24 of them. Like my dad has this rock about this big, which is very much definitely like a thigh or like a knee or something of something not small, which he just uses as like a doorstop, which is pretty dope. Do we know if necromancy dino skeletons is a thing yet? I mean, I guarantee you there will be undead dinos somewhere. Do we know if necromancy for them specifically is a thing? I mean, yeah, that would be a thing. Have I seen it? No. But on paper, that should absolutely be a thing. Such construction jobs, dwarves. And right now, it's mostly just giant deer on the map. Here's hoping they get stuck in my traps. That's what I'm really hoping. Come on, 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 come on. Walk into my trap. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. You know you want to get in my trap. I mean, one of my dwarves likes giant deer antler, so... Felt satisfied yelling at somebody in charge. Well, I mean... I hope so. Pygmy? Mammoth? Tripe. Hang on. I must look up a pygmy mammoth. What does the lever do? It closes the front door. Okay, so a pygmy mammoth it's like, okay, so you know how there's like the bigger elephant and then the smaller type of elephant, and I always confuse the two? It's like a smaller mammoth. It's like a reasonable sized mammoth. Like a cow-sized mammoth, maybe? That's not historically accurate. But, okay, that's cool. That's really what I'm looking for. It's a mini mammoth, yeah! But yeah, I guess it would be like... It kind of just looks like the size of a baby elephant. As I'm kind of understanding it. Don't talk to me or my son ever again kind of situation. A smammoth. Wouldn't it be more of a pammoth? Because it's a pygmy mammoth? Not a smallish mammoth? But it's a pygmy mammoth, not a small mammoth. This isn't like a little penguin situation. Yeah, but it's like a large boulder in the road. One was the size of a small boulder. I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree. I feel like we've hit an impasse on this very deep intellectual discussion. You know? Like, I don't think we're ever going to be able to come to an agreement on this. I think it's a pammoth and you think, or a pimmoth, and you think it's a smammoth, and you know what? We're not the same. This isn't a good format for this discussion. I'm going to need more than 128 characters. The Diet Coke of mammoths. Maybe it's a babbith. Incorrectable semantic differences. Correct, amigo. Accurate. What's on the map? It's a minute. It's just the deer? Oh, dear. I feel like up here is probably a good place to scatter a few cage traps. Wooden cage. We'll make some more of those. I feel like the tavern needs an expansion. We need to expand the tavern. I mean, currently it's like lacking in tables. Let's be honest. When should I expect the next update to Slaves of Armok? You know, I know you're joking, but I've been a proponent for a while that if Kitfox has extra money lying around, which I don't think they do, they should get somebody to like even like Good Old Games would actually be a good place for this, but like somebody to package the old Bay 12 games that are still available and exist into a format that would run on any system. So like whatever kind of wrappers or compatibility layers you need to put out, and just put them up for free. Like, I genuinely think that that's something they should do just for, like, historical reasons. Like, I do realize that not that many people currently alive are aware of what those games even are. But I do think it would be really cool for them to be preserved in a more permanent way. Do I have a dining room ready? Yeah, this is a dining room. I mean, it's maybe structurally questionable, but it is a dining room. Tree fort, yeah. I mean, I've had to double up the bedrooms due to lack of space, but I just need to make some more beds. Let's just keep a bunch of beds. You thought it was a tavern? It is. Well, this small tavern, but is tavern. Dining halls can be assigned as tavern. So this is a dining hall, but it is assigned as a tavern. You got two types of dinos from Joyous Badlands River Spawn. How do you cap your dwarven population so well? This is the default population right now. The more you export value-wise, the more people will show up. Or you could literally just hit escape, go to settings, go to game, scroll to the number of dwarves that you're comfortable with having. Where is it? Population cap, see? Although actually this isn't the default I like. 200! 220, done. And just set these numbers to whatever you want. Strict population cap will be the maximum number of dwarves you can have. Yeah, we'll just say 200, 220. Which is the default. And then, like, roll with it there. You play with 16 dwarves. You're crazy! Do you adjust your difficulty options at all so that you get sieges, or do you just not care? Dracogen? Because by default, nothing would ever attack you, except for necromancers with that population. Giant deer is fighting with a dog. Did the deer win? Do we have a dead dog now? All right, I'm gonna make some hunting dogs. Although not the mummy dogs, just the dad dogs. And I'm gonna need a farmer's shop to geld those dogs. There we go. And now I got a hunting dog. I'm not going to train any elephants until we have more than the baby count that we have right now, which is very small. So maybe like when there's like at least half a dozen baby elephants. Because right now I only have the 2. I need like at least 6. You get rid of all enemies and harm. Okay, fair enough. I mean, we play very different versions of Dwarf Fort then. Found an aquifer. Rip my balls. Although, I'm actually going to go here. And I'm going to say, labor, other, dig through. Because this is probably the first level of it. And if that's the case, which I hope it is, then we'll just smooth the walls and it'll be fine. Oh, it's a rotten corpse. Never mind. Took too long. Let's just go over, like, I don't know. Get this fox corpse out of here. I mean, currently I'm not doing any farming. I'm just gathering. Like, this is just a giant gathering zone. There's another dead agitated fox, actually. There's two. Can't wait until the dwarves start dancing up here in the tavern. I feel like I could also come up with a better name for this. Let's call it the dinner, the crystalline, the ancient, no. Reputed, no. Grumpy, no. The wooden dinner. I was going to say I have branches, but the wooden dinner. Let's just call it the wooden dinner. Seems fitting, I don't know. Pen pasture along the bottom here. Dogs. Madness. Poppers. Dude, the first like prehistoric thing we saw was a gigantuan. And I do mean gigantuan. Like humonga. Massive centipede thing. It's fucking terrifying, dude. Like I'm telling you. It's fucking terrifying. Also, the dwarves are all just picking up random plants. Lettuce leaves, you see? That kind of stuff. Cherry leaf, lettuce leaves. Look at all this! So sad your dog died? Oh no! In real life or in game? In game, oh well. Anyways, in real life? Oh no, I'm so sorry. It highly depends. Wish you could make armor with chitin. I guarantee you there's a quadrillion mods for that. Let's make some dwinks. Some cherry drink. Ooh. I like me some cherry drink. How you doing, Hobo? How's things today, man? It's been a lively day today, to say the least. It's rhino lizards. Pretty standard. That's a wall. I actually want floors. Conglomerate blocks. Nice. There we go. I got the outer wall done. Or the outer wall floor done. No gym today? I mean, that means that you get to skip leg day today. You've also got these hunting dogs, which I guess are going to go bite giant deers. There's apparently a giant earthworm that died on the map somewhere. Also got some bards. You the one that got bit? Yep. So the dogs are just periodically attacking the deer and then running away. I do think that this is a bit of an issue. Female giant deer have antlers. I was so happy when Hobo got his username back. No! The cage was right there. Or right there. Tisk. Let's make some dirt roads. Just for right now, constructions, dirt road. Let's go to there. Can't build dirt road on dirt road. I guess that makes sense. No dirt roadception, apparently. All right. If you're already resorting to DF hack, then you're doing the wrong thing in adventure mode, in my opinion. Emily. Moreb, what up? You would like a animal trainer named after you. Fisher, if not available. There's 13 dwarves in the fort, dude. Please just select something from the list and don't make requests before. Because, like, I guarantee you I probably don't have what you're looking for. Gem setter is okay. Good to know. Thumbs up. Can do. Basically, what I'm trying to say is DF hack is like just vibing. Or, sorry, adventure mode is like just vibing. Also, you're in an ad. Oh, no, you're not in an ad, probably, because you don't have ads. So, like, if you're playing adventure mode, just enjoy the process and explore things and look for stuff. If you're just searching for shit in DF hack, like, just don't bother. Genuinely. Who do we have? Yeah, it's fair. Or Reb. You never give Giant anything too much trust. Oh, that's fair. Just murdering them initially. Giant birds are pretty ruthless, yeah. So fun fact, I'm not a human. If you've been at the top of a cave before, actually, I don't know if you're in an ad or not. But have the dinosaurs righteously defeated the dwarven invaders yet? Not yet. I'm sure they're plotting our demise, though. I'm not a human. Are you in an ad? Because there's an ad break happening. So I never know who's in an ad and who isn't.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Madam Murdoch, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. 8 months. As far as getting the outside of cliffs in adventure mode, if you click on a wall, and if you've been on the surface before, the dwarf will try to get onto the wall. So you can do this by right-clicking, and it's like, get on top of this wall. And if you are like 30 layers down and that wall goes all the way to the surface, just click on the wall and the dwarf will try to run to the surface. Did they add anything besides paleo stuff? I don't know. Play and find out. Yes. I have ancient tiny horse milk. Moreb. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and tries to do things correctly each time. He finds obligations confining, but he is conflicted by this. For more than one reason, he is assertive and he doesn't handle stress well. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, we all have to be here, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally he sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship as a total waste and thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed, and values nature. He, like siltstone silver, black zircon, and giant barn owl leather, and woolly rhinoceros, wool, as well as spears, floodgates, and guinea fowls for their spatial social nature. In the words of the cover of Saving and the Sound of the Umber Wonder, and when possible prefers the Umber Wonder and the sight of the taupe of poetry, and when possible prefers to consume pangolin, blood amaranth beer, and absolutely hates and cow's milk, and absolutely hates leeches. What's up, Stutterino? I have ancient tiny horse milk is a great out of context sentence, certainly. Chat room, I'm really hungry. I'm gonna go grab me a snack. So I will be back in a minute. I realize an ad break just ran, but like, I'm quite hungry. So I'm just gonna let you guys follow this dwarf, and hopefully nothing terrible happens, yeah? I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere any quickly unless you want to. Okay, snack head. Anybody die? Human mercenaries? Oh. Uh-oh. 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 Well, good thing they're all off of the map right now. Or at the edge of the map right now. How long is the name something cooldown? About 30 minutes. Also a steel blow dart? Well, that's exciting. How far away are they? They're all the way up here, right? Yeah, they're right there. I don't know how I feel about that. What did I even do to them? So this is an Untamed Wilds map. Damaging the surface, such as chopping down trees, agitates the surface, and agitating the surface attracts giant animals to come murder you. Birds, in this case, are giant animals, so I'm attracting them and tempting them to come murder me, essentially. But somebody lost their teeth. Specifically you, who got the shit kicked out of him by a great horned owl. Great. You also happen to be my chief medical dwarf, which means I need a new chief medical dwarf. And also, well, maybe not a new one, but I do need a new diagnoser. This dwarf really hates being the chief medical dwarf, so I'm going to take them off of it anyway. Also, all of your clothes got shredded, so that's not good. Let's make some clothing for you here, dwarf, shall we? I'm also making an underground farming area down here, incidentally. Let's make cloth shirt, cloth trousers, and let's just do 3 of each. And gotta start working on those outer walls. Not that there'll be much defense against birds. But we will. Let's also throw some additional beds in these. I'm still sticking with the micro bed style. We'll see how well I can make this work. And let's hope that you get tended to. Need dressing. Need setting. Dress wound. Yay, there we go. Had to run errands, just got back. Patch been fun. No complaints so far, although it's just been a pretty normal Untamed Wilds map, at least for the beginning. No treatment scheduled. Well, that's good. It seems that you're back up and running now, too. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I was like, why are they not moving and just standing there? It's, well, obviously, it's because there's no... Let's see if there's any... No, nothing I can butcher. Where's this giant owl corpse, then? Well, maybe they went and stuck it over there already. So I did make a refuse stockpile somewhere, I think. Maybe I didn't. I thought I did. Chat, what do you think of the patch so far? I mean, people are already finding dead dwarves. Or things to kill, rather. dead dinosaurs is more what I meant to say. You're booting up the game right now? All right, well, I expect a full review in 30 minutes or less. Apparently there's a Gorlak in the caverns. that's something that I've found. Speaking of caverns... I'm actually going to dig over to here. Dig up to there. Dig over to here. And I'm going to build down right next to this and build this into a little box. And then put a, like, workshop directly on top of that. And use that to start smelting stuff. Started with 4 dino options. Maybe I should have started with domestic dinos. I don't know. I'm still hopeful that the elves will have dinos, and I know that this fort will go to war with them. So it is kind of an inevitability, if you will. I once had a fortress that had a Gorlak outpost liaison and a Gorlak queen. Those were good times. Yeah, so these are just coming in from the wall because this is only the base level, so I can just use those for farming. Just a normal crow. What else do we have? I'm going to go start making iron ranged combat stuff. Iron bolts. Her Gorlak Majesty, damn right. It's like My Queen Gorlak or something. Sounds like the name of an anime. You're currently grinding an older save, but you'll update and check it out afterwards. If you update the game, you'll still be able to play your old save without issues. Just a reminder. Like, there's no reason to not just update. In fact, Animal People will just have slightly more active graphics if you do. So there's, like, no downside, really, to just updating. It's not like the game will be less stable or anything either. But yeah, I've had various different Gorlaks and things in forts over the years. It's always an amusing event when it happens. Just gonna get this fortified so that this water becomes less constant. Don't really want things leaking too much if I can avoid it. Uh-oh. There's gonna be things attacking us. I'm seeing things running around in ways they're not supposed to. Afraid after experiencing trauma. Okay, hold up. I'm sorry, what? There's a goblin on the map. But I don't think that's the issue. There's gotta be something up here. It's a goblin merchant, eh? Goblins don't buy nor sell things. That's kind of sus. Lupil act lenses. You killed a goblin once, like 150 years ago. Pretty typical goblin. Not much remotely interesting in their inventory either. Well, good to know. It is actually raining on the map too. I'm also just going to train those train my elephants for hunting. Well, maybe just war. So just in case something comes in, they can just fucking murk it, whatever it is. Is kind of my idea here. And then over here, let's just do fortified walls. Across there. And across here. You remember that fort where Blind had a Queen Gorlak? It was a Gorlak and a Outpost Liaison, I think. It was like I discovered that there was like Gorlak royalty in that world and then immediately just went about building stuff for Gorlak royalty because it was like, nope, that is too fucking cool. Need that. This is in fact the updated version, yes. But currently there's just a bunch of stuck agitated giant birds over there. So I'm just building I'm working on getting some iron bolts and iron gear up and running so I can shoot them. But I need this first. Because we're gonna start using this to make metal. Am I planning to make a dino egg farm? If I can find some. But I didn't start with them as domestic, so... But no, if you type an exclamation point goal, you'll see what the goal for this fort is. Maybe not quite so friendly to the dinos. Nothing against them, I'm assuming the elves will have them. And so I'm going to try to murder whoever has them. That's my plan. So this is just going to start smelting iron. Let's just get rid of this. Yes, that. Although, yeah, there's just going to be plenty. I screwed this up. Wait for it to be a fire angel in the fort, Drat? Wait, what? I mean, if you found a fire angel, why don't you just like shoot a bolt at it? I'm confused. Why would that end the fort? Okay, so you down here, expand out to there, and expand out to there. Let's also make that into flooring for right now so I can wall this all off. You go right there. And they bring wheelbarrow over. Start filling that in. Why is your domestic dinosaur called Quetzalcoatlus? Because somebody named it that? Oh, does it have an ellipses at the beginning? Oh, I don't know. That seems like a typo. Probably because Tarn typoed. That would be why. It wouldn't be the first time Dwarf Fortress typos. It's because all they need to do is change the version number and press send. Letebe. Back in the day, they had to reverse engineer the game, but since then, they've put like hooks in or Putnam and team have put hooks in, so it's much easier to update now. But that is pretty funny. What is better for defenses? Having a moat, water, or full of water or lava? A moat is bad for defenses and is much better at killing your dwarves if you have liquid in it than anything else. So neither. Dry moat is better for defense. So just nothing in it. Just an empty moat is the best for defense. Okay, so because this is a magma smelter, oopsies. I'll pause the game. Say melt a metal object because I got a metal object to melt, and then start melting magnetite. There's a giant sparrow fighting with us, apparently, which is now dead. Nobody died. Well, that's good. But I wonder who got the kill on it. Probably the hunting dog. There is a garbage truck backing out of my driveway. Is that what that was? Yes. Okay. My building has a weird shaped driveway that's like very awkward to get into for a garbage truck, so they have to back out. So it's like fucking loud ass horn twice a week. Qued's portrait is great. Yeah, we had some screenshots of it earlier. Feel free to take screenshots and share them in the chat, by the way, on your sharing platform of choice. I feel like I need to see if I can butcher that. But it is mangled, so probably not. I will place a butcher shop right next to it, though, to try for sure. If it's mangled, you can't butcher it, usually, so. But looks like that one is butcherable. Hell yeah. Sparrow on the menu, boys. Also, bone bolts. My new MySpace posts? Wait, what? I was going to say. My new MySpace? Is there a new MySpace? It's like a new world order, but with MySpace? Uh-oh. Terrified while in conflict. Is there another birdie attacking? I feel like we should just set these to fire at will for a minute. Because I just saw a dwarf running like there was something there to murder it. I'm sure this is going to be great for moods. Like Moreb over here, who's all injured, who's now vengeful while in conflict. You're trying to attend a meeting. I'm sure that's going well. Maybe I need to put some bolt throwers up here. But I don't have mechanisms. Or ropes. We're giving dwarves stitches on the ground. I'm sure that's good. Nice and healthy. Oh, that's where the last one ended up. I'll just keep an eye out for combat logs. Yeah, you must have just blasted one over here. Oh, there we go. Something. Oh, there it is. Dwarf's getting all that DACA. Butchering more. Dwarves fighting in the bolt thrower war. The worst part about the flying animals is they're just really hard to track. It's hard to keep track of where they are on the map. I thought that MySpace was like a music industry exclusive thing, like not something that people really used anymore. Maybe I'm just super off base about what MySpace is, but it's like I'm aware that it still exists, but I didn't think it was like a user accessible thing. There comes another one, allegedly. Oh, there it goes. Don't ever let anybody tell you that wooden bolt throwers aren't good. I mean, look at this shit. It's fucking murderous. Like, we're literally hitting them with, like, wooden bolts. This dwarf over here is just punching the shit out of it. Once it wakes up, dwarves just shoot it with bolts. Gonna need to make more bolts, I think. There they go. It's another one down. Got giant ravens on the map. At least they're not agitated. Also, ad break. What is Facebook? I feel like Facebook has been dying since 2010, Shinobi, so... I don't know. I haven't done a Control F in the Raws. Fuckruck. 2 seconds. There's an ad break running. It wouldn't be right back. Just gonna go put my mug in the sink because my coffee's empty. Do they throw bolts like Monk Masters? I don't know what a Monk Master is. With the pointy end forward? Or is it like a boomerang that comes back? Bolt throwers are basically like just a repeater cannon. They just shoot like bolts out of like essentially a ballista that's fully automatic. That is essentially what they are. Let's actually just turn on the burrow for the minute. Keep all the dwarves inside, because going outside seems a little dangerous. And by little, I mean very dangerous. The good news is the giant ravens don't seem to be agitated. It's just the... No Witchraptor, but there is a Europasaurus, which suggests the existence of Europe. That's actually a really funny detail. That might be my biggest issue with the dino update, is that there's dinosaurs that indicate human or Earth places, basically placing the game more so in reality than I feel is super beneficial, but there's another one going splat, although actually I think it's Jay going splat. because Jay is fighting with the giant bird, who's trying to run. Unsuccessfully. Of course, this is just going to keep happening. Let's see. If I assign 2 war elephants to Jay, they'll go help. Put the burrow over here. Nope, Jay's dead. Rest in peace, Jay. Same with the diagnoser. They were both found dead. But the elephants were able to kill the giant bird who did the deed. And there's just 1 remaining. And I'm going to need to make 2 coffins. I kind of fully knew this would happen, by the way. Just, we are playing this extremely dirty and dangerous. Let's make 4, not 41, 4. $10 to 15 eggs at a time? Good God, man. That is a lot of eggs. Bird on bird violence? Is that what I'm hearing? Well, We're making those coffins. So rest in peace, Jay. Let's go to Frosty. And give those to you. Actually, let's go to Frosty and then maybe the expedition leader. Give you 1 and you 1. And let's go to labor. Siege engines and just say reload them. I'm just going to remove that. See what else is on the map where you are. Way the hell up here. It seems like it's taking a run at us. Definitely seems like it's taking a run at us. A dwarven translator on what? Oh, what the dwarves, the dinosaurs need dwarven names? I mean, I was saying that someone should make a mod that's just like silly dinosaur names. So like you call like a triceratops like a 3-horn kind of thing. Like basically go to the land before time and just name them at like same things that land before time would be. Like clubtail kind of thing. You know, long neck was the one that chat always immediately landed on. Balky Whisker Castle. So aside from that being a great name, what the heck are you? You're a human bard. I'm going to say no. I don't want to say no to all bards, but that bard, yes. I'm going to say no to. We're just going to start making totems as well. We're making bone bolts. And we're going to go down to here. And just start making little willow floors, which will become little tombs. Unplug that. Let's place you, and place you. Tyrant lizard, yes. Lizard, or monster, or tyrant monster or something. Maybe not monster, but... But I would honestly use a mod like that, but maybe, like, what I would say is, like, yeah, call them the funny thing, but, like, in brackets or something, like, as a nickname. Give them the... Or maybe not as a nickname. Make it, like, a nickname, so, like, the actual name is there. Or put it in the description or something. Like, keep the original name somehow, but... Big killer lizard kind of describes half of them. Yeah, you gotta be a bit more descriptive. Maybe a tyrant or a Tyrannosaurus could just be a Rex. You know? People would know what a Rex is. If a giant Rex showed up... How's the new patch going? So far, so good. No complaints. No complaints so far. I mean, I've got agitated giant birds, so what else is new? Sharptooth. I mean, that literally could describe any single carnivorous, like, dinosaur. Or a shark, for that matter. Like, that's not... you could be more descriptive than... Thing is bite good. You know? But then again, I realize Big Mouth ain't much better, so... We had a D&D Dragonborn called Sharptooth because of her single tooth overbite. Chompers. Huh? What the shit? Oh, I see. They're still working on it. Not sure why, but I guess they're all just constructing stuff, but... Hopefully they get back to tomb stuff sooner than later. Not bad, though, so far for the super violent fort of nonsense that this is going to inevitably become. Just need this agitated giant raven to die. I just don't currently have enough dwarves to really be able to dedicate a ton of time and stuff to be able to fight them. There we go. We're back to putting stuff into bins and sooner than later, hopefully, putting away the bodies. Oh, I see. They're probably refuse now. No. It should be gather outdoor refuse, so that shouldn't be a problem. It's just too many other tasks, I think. Guess we need one of those super centipedes. That's crazy, the number of eggs that T-Rexes lay, though. Like, actually, that's nuts. There you go, that's what we need. Place item in tomb. Get back to that. Get back to that, please. How much magnetite do I have? Ooh, actually, this is a bit of an issue. Because of all this water. Basically, I don't really want this to, like, flow into here, because it could, like, accidentally extinguish my... It could extinguish this. So, let's Maybe block this side. And like smooth and fortify this. Maybe also just like fortify. Well, no, then that'll just encourage more water. Gah. Anyway, bars. Let's say iron helm, iron shield, iron bolt. And now I know I need to make charcoal. So let's also say 30. So let's make 50 charcoal. Charcoal. 50. And I'm going to just go into here. Make me not one, but 2 metalsmiths. And 3 wood furnaces. And then up here, bars. And over there's wood. Easy peasy. Did we kill the last one? Nope. Still alive. I'm just going to go here. We're going to go places, siege weapons, fire! Because it looks like it's taking a run at us again. It's very close to us. It's also very high up at the moment. Just hoping it comes over. Red Rover, agitated giant sparrow, come over. Or don't. You seem biased, Emperor Iron. I'm not sure why, though. Watch this fort, like, not even make it to dinosaurs. Like, we're just gonna die to giant birds. Like, fort's just gonna fall over so early. It's just not gonna make it. Looks like it has no chance. Lamau. And there we go. How are we doing on bolts? There we go. And then let's also do wooden crossbow. I'm just going to make a bowyer's shop. Yeah, but they're not new dinosaurs. They're just dinosaurs. You don't have enough dwarves for militia. Obviously, I only have 11. We've had 2 migrant waves, and both of them were tiny. But summer, we should get some more migrants. Trying to get dinosaurs to spawn? I mean, I'm not really trying to do anything in particular. I'm just trying to build a fortress and go to war with the elves because I know that they'll have dinosaurs. That's literally all I'm doing. There's no trying to get anything to spawn or anything here. This is literally just me saying I need to... See? There we go. We got some migrants who are arriving. And you are skilled in combat. And you dream of falling in love on the battlefield, I hope. Congratulations, you're running the military now, Dwarf. Go grab some crossbows. Oh, geez. I also need... quiver! So I need to make leather stuff. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the new migrant wave? We've done it. We have a chance. We're not doomed anymore. Well, as imminently. Might still be doomed. Can't guarantee anything, really. Up to 16 Dwarvies. Good stuff. Nice, decent-sized little migrant wave. By that, I mean 5. It's better than nothing. It's kind of where we were at before. Dwarves, I'm just going to set you guys to off-duty. We're making quivers. Get those done. Making wooden crossbows. Get those done. I'm actually just going to say add ammunition bolts, but just metal bolts. Confirm. Giant sparrow leather, nice. Appropriate. Okay, so you're done. You're just getting ammo now. And off making more helms, forging more bolts. You just need ammo. Although, where are you? Are you, like, out somewhere injured? Nope. You're storing item in bin. Grabbing a bunch of bars, it looks like, and having a hard time getting up the stairs. Have I seen lots of dinos? Not lots. Have I seen prehistoric creatures? Yes. And, like, materials from stuff? Yes. I haven't played with them tamed, so they're just, like, normal wild creatures, so you're still rolling the dice as to whether or not stuff's going to appear. But I'm building a surface tree fort, which is going to not have any chance in hell at making friends with elves. So I'm kind of banking on the elves invading me and doing their best to bring dinosaurs. That's kind of the thought process that I'm rolling with. Although initially I'm going to try to trade with the elves, actually. I should appoint a messenger. Ooh, actually, I've got some pretty good, talented messenger-related peoples. Do you have bolts in your inventory? Yes, you do. We'll see. I mean, they're not going to invade for a minute. Currently, it's just me versus nature. But by the time they invade, yeah. If they invaded me right now, I would just die. Okay, where's this sparrow? Let's just throw some additional dwarves in. What's that? Oh, there's another agitated dead giant sparrow over there. Looks like they are killing a agitated raven. Well, that's good. Oh, now we've got agitated ravens. Well, learn by doing, I guess. Firing bolts. What do you have in your inventory? Just iron bolts. 14, 13, 12. Uh-oh. Dodge. Come on, buddy. You got this. There they go. Perfect. That's what we like to see. Giant birdie dying. Shoot him. Excellent. I'm just going to set a patrol, which is up here. Go do that. Okay. We're now in a much better spot. Sorry, I haven't been reading the chat for the last, like, 20 minutes. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of stuff happening. But now we've got agitated ravens. Thankfully, they're itty bitty, so that's not too big of a deal. Okay. So, aside from the damn birds, What do you... how you liking the fort, chat? You entertained? I hope you are. I'm gonna actually butcher, I think, the X. Oopsies. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Let's keep making bone bolts. Alright, well, at least this dwarf doesn't feel anything while in conflict, satisfied upon improving crossbow and archery, so that's good. So whenever things happen, I just need to throw them up onto that. Well, poultry, among other things. What are most of the dwarves up to at the moment? Okay. So Edzul is my messenger. I'm gonna go grab you. And say... Let's go make contact with some elves. Just gonna check what's going on in the region. Lots of fights with lots of people. No, I did not. I mean, I didn't look at literally anything for the last 18 minutes. So you wanted the militia commander? Sure. Yeah, you could do that. Like, as you may have noticed, I literally haven't looked at chat in like the last 10, 15 minutes. He takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance and can handle stress and has a sense of duty. He often feels cheerful and has a greedy streak. He actively, he tends to act with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to not reveal personal information. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. And he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a habit of stretching his body during pauses in conversation, and he tends to stare unwaveringly when he's speaking to somebody. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. Dreams of falling in love, personally, finds the very idea of competition obscene and thinks that romance is very important in life. He likes pig iron. Glossier. He must hate the Olympics. He likes pig iron, Glossier, as well as the color vibrant green, scepters and ballista parts, and acrosaptorix for their feathers, and lesser yam plants for their tubers, and the words of the lessons of sweetness, and the sight of the tulip of bewildering, and when possible prefers to consume spotted ratfish and banana beer, and absolutely hates oysters. I mean, I don't hate the Olympics all that much. I mean, I hate the organization, but the actual event is fine. I mean, one of my favorite times of every 4 years is getting to watch curling at the Winter Olympics. Sorry, I just outed my Canadian. You are a member of the Communion of Evil. Excellent. And you worship the god of death and misery. Yeah. Checks out. My accent outed it? That's interesting. I'm always amazed when people say that I have an accent, but especially if it outs that I'm Canadian. Mostly because people tend to just assume I'm American, which, as a Canadian, makes me very depressed. Maybe not very, but makes me sad. Never going to be thrilled about being called American. Question is... Okay. I need to make sure that none of my soldiers are... Man, that's so much magnetite. Good God, dude. So much magnetite. Yikes, John Blow. The big animals are due to it being untamed wilds. Yes. The giant animal variance and the agitation is all to do with untamed wilds. So my messenger is actually in my squad, which is kind of a fitting thing. They're going to go make contact with the elves. I should probably get that rooster, like an actual nest box. I'm just getting my raising livestock a little space to exist. Should also make a little gem shop somewhere. Or a little gems pile. Yes, if you want giant animals, just play Untamed Wilds. But you just be aware you'll also have to deal with agitation, which is why they're attacking me. We're in an ad break, so I'm going to leave the game paused. You don't sound no an Irish American. Sound like it, fair. Canada is a really big country, Bloodpool, so Canadian accent is very different. Most people just assume that I'm from like Pacific Northwest USA, like Seattle area, because I am like actually closer to Seattle right now than I am the nearest big Canadian city. Just like as the crow flies, like it's a shorter distance from here to Seattle than it is from here to Vancouver. So like it's very similar in speech pattern. Yeah, you won't hear any French over, or you won't hear much French over where I live. Very few French accents. Also, a lot of like Quebec people, depending on where in Quebec they're from, like have almost no French accent, which is always interesting. Or very little. Can't remember how to get worn out clothing into its own stockpile for deleting. Make a refuse stockpile, allow clothes. Done. Or just put cabinets into dwarves' bedrooms and then they'll just put their clothes away. It's always been that simple, Fulgur. But if a dwarf owns it, then it won't get put away because they'll want to put it into their bedroom. So if it's like assigned to a dwarf, then it will just sit there for forever. But literally, it's always been that simple. Refuse stockpiles, like, allow clothing. And, like, degrade everything at 400% speed. I'm going to actually make a little farming spot right here. Just because I can and it's convenient. Mm-hmm. Correct, Jurist. Like, I know people who, like, live in Quebec in various places in Quebec, and, like, when they're speaking in English, almost no accent. And then when they speak in French, obviously an accent, but I don't super understand French. I can understand, like, 30% of what people are saying if they're speaking French. But, and then, like, you got people from, like, the more rural areas in Quebec, or, like, some places in New Brunswick, and it's like, you don't even speak English. But... sure, and then France disowns them and says that they're not French, so, like, you know, it depends on who you ask. Ironically, the most French person I met the last time I went to Quebec was actually in the airport on the way home in Ottawa. There was a server at a restaurant that me and my dad went to who just moved to Canada, like, months earlier, apparently, from France, which was very funny. It's like the thickest French accent that we encountered was in Ottawa. That's how you become a dwarf? Correct. Or you chop your legs off at the knees. Would you... you could just select one from the list, as long as they're not already named. Yeah, well, she said that she was from, smaller town Quebec, which would make sense. Stoned. But it's still very different than, the France accent. I've streamed about 3,000 hours of RimWorld, and I have zero desire to ever play it again plain. But I generally don't enjoy other colony sims. They'll just feel, bland and minimal in their mechanics, which is boring. How's that? Thumbs up? Ruby? Social medias have, in fact, started making people talk the same and has blanded out a lot of accents. The interesting thing about social media is things like the TikTok tick, which is weird. It's like the effect of younger people who use a lot of social media and Instagram who have started subconsciously mimicking people that have Tourette's, because there's a few people with Tourette's syndrome that are massive. And yeah, people trying to mimic autotune or subconsciously mimicking autotune while singing, which is also weird. It's kind of wild, actually. We're only just getting to the point with the internet where we're starting to get that sort of stuff. Hello, Neutron. How is you? No, it was colonized and forced under British rule, while the people that were from Canada were, bullied. Dracogen, but sure. Once you're so deep in DF, you spend a lot more hours into any other colony sim that does not provide 50%. I mean, the only real benefit I get out of other colony sims at this point is, if something is flavored super differently, then it's okay. But, they never hold my interest very long, because it's well, Dwarf Fortress does most of what this game's doing, except significantly better in some cases, or with more depth, so I would rather just do that. Anyway, this dwarf is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, is a perfectionist and often feels lustful, is stubborn, slow to trust others, and acts with compassion. He thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things and doesn't often feel envious of others. He has a calm demeanor and doesn't focus on material goods. He is curious and eager to learn and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally values tradition and sees competition as wasteful and silly and dreams of raising a family. He likes pyrolusite and iron and cat's eye and coyote leather, as well as giant narwhal ivory, water buffaloes for their water wallowing, and the words of the gravel of aquamarine, and when possible, prefers to consume single grain wheat beer and absolutely hates mussels. The TikTok talking tick, yes. I don't know, somebody mentioned it. We were talking about accents, Weekser. That's why you like Timberborn? I find Timberborn to be a less interesting dwarf fortress in its construction and water physics. It's okay. It's one of the better ones, though. Yeah, it's meh. I feel like whenever people bring up Songs of Six, I just automatically talk shit about it or seem like I'm talking shit about it. I kind of despise parts of Songs of Six. I played it before it was even on Steam, back when it was just a free demo, and there was elements of it that I really liked back then, and a lot of the mechanics that I liked about it back then, the way housing worked, the way other things worked, I have just slowly been moved out of it. It's very much a directed mechanics game. It's not a colonies bit sim, it's a city builder, and I like the city builder part of it. I fucking hate the combat part of it, and so I get kind of annoyed with it pretty quickly a lot of the time, because I feel like it just wants to be a war game, and I don't like the war game part of it. I don't think the overworld stuff is particularly engaging or interesting every time I've messed with it. I don't super like how the game kind of forces me in, like, you have to now fucking kill everybody to do literally anything, and it's honestly kind of sucks. So I have several hundred hours in it. There's been eras of it that I've liked a lot. There's eras of it now that I don't like very much. I think it's okay. I think it could be a masterpiece, but it's not quite there for me as far as Lungs of Six goes. I will play it again, but I bounce off of it periodically. There's an interview on my YouTube channel with the developer, though, for whatever that's worth. Oops, why do I always hit that button now? 100 charcoal. Let's do... Let's do that. Let's just cut 20, 30 gems maybe. Which just doesn't have... Like, Timberborn is a neat little game, but it is very puzzly. Yeah. If you could make your dream colony sim, what would it have? It would be Dwarf Fortress, but with more of the stuff that's planned for Dwarf Fortress. So, Gargoyle Draugr, you want to know the problem with what you're suggesting in the YouTube chat, which is they're just suggesting all the Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, Caves of Cut, and all that stuff. One, I've played 500 hours almost of Caves of Cut. Actually, I think it's like 430. But anyway, I'm rounding up. The problem is every single game that you just mentioned is a game that you could play for 2,000 hours and not get bored. Dwarf Fortress is a game that I've played for 15,000 hours and I'm not bored. Why would I... Like, if you want to watch Cataclysm, go watch some Cataclysm. Like, I'm right here doing this. So, like, it's sure if you scratch the surface of all those games, but that doesn't really work for me. Totally off topic. That's more on topic, actually. Thanks for bringing us back on topic. What size of map do I prefer? I usually do 5x5. Usually. Sometimes I regret it, though. Dwarf Fortress in 100 years? It's not even, but, like, Dwarf Fortress with magic, with adventure mode... seamlessly integrated with Fortress mode and easier way of displaying legends and better story chronicling and all of the features available in Fortress mode also being available in adventure mode. That would be like my dream game, basically. Oh, fair enough, Draugr. You did 6x6 recently and your FPS tanked in late game? Yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's one of those, like, you know, do-it-your-own-risk kind of things. You're here to witness dinosaurs? I don't think there's any on the map at the minute. Just agitated ravens. How did my making contact with the elves go? Let's see. I'm gonna go make contact with elves and humans. The proposal was truly a grand success. Well, we were already allied with them, so I'm sure that helps. Those are goblins. Humans. How about these humans? Maybe some humans that are a little further away. Oh. Interesting. Like, this is a once destroyed human town. They must just be like... Interesting. Why is there like a fully occupied human town that I can't communicate with? But we're gonna go after these guys and go make contact with them. Interesting. Bootlegger, thanks for the 15 months. Make contact with factions that can have dinosaurs. But my goal is to go to war with dinosaurs. We did have a giant, like, prehistoric millipede thing, though, which was terrifying. But it seems like I'm still just getting attacked by giant sparrows and ravens. Some things always stay the same, I guess. Have I played Aurora 4X? I've looked at it and squinted and then like rubbed my eyes and then realized my eyes were bleeding and then I screamed and ran to the bathroom, washed my face, and swore I would never look at that terrifying image again. No, I haven't. But I've read about it. I've watched some streams of it. It's a neat game. Probably not for me, though. Yeah, fair enough, Drew. Good. Bestie der Spestie. You want to know the funny reality of what you just said? Current CDDA is a bad streaming game. All the interesting stuff is locked behind RNG and horrendous time sinks. Watching a timer for run for 45 minutes, paused to sleep makes lackluster content. No, totally. But you know what is one of the most common things other streamers say to me is Dwarf Fortress is bad for streaming. Like, I've literally lost count the number of times people have told me that X game is bad for streaming. If you just stream a thing a lot, like if somebody streams a thing a lot and there's an audience of people that play that thing that really like it, it'll eventually develop an audience for streaming. Like that, like I would argue that Zomboid sucks for streaming, but you know what? People stream it. So like, it's not that the game itself is bad for streaming or bad for content. It's just, I don't want to put the time in to play a game that I know I won't enjoy as much as the game that I already put a shit ton of time in that I do enjoy. And games like this are intrinsically more entertaining and also more fun to play if you already know them and if you are deep into them, because then you can make it do what you want it to do. And for me, that's very valuable. And I do know how Dwarf Fortress works very well. And so it's more valuable to me to just play Dwarf Fort. And occasionally dip into other games, but like, I guarantee you I will stream Songs of Six again, probably in the next couple weeks or months. But will I play it for a month straight? No. I'll play it for 2 or 3 streams and be like, okay, I'm good. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Dude, I saw Marcel live like the other week with like 300 people watching. Cooler. Human Caravan has arrived to trade, and trade sentiments are cautious. You better have brought a dino. Also looks like we got, no, they haven't come back yet. Better have brought a dino. Man, got a bunch of damaged shoes. Typical stuff. My favorite kinds of pants are the XX Pants XX. It's almost as coherent as Microsoft branding. Actually, let's just make some iron anvils. Because that's what the Mountain Home wants. You know, one of my favorite quotes about video games is a shitty video game is great with friends. It was a quote from a review of Borderlands 3. And I'm not saying that Zomboid is shitty, but a bad game can be very, very compelling in co-op. And there's plenty of examples of like games that are like objectively not good that tons of people... My mom just sent me a picture of Prince Rupert. That's beautiful. There are many objectively terrible games that people love in multiplayer. Sure. Also, canonically, Human Fall Flat is the first friend slop game. Hobo? No, I also have enjoyed games like that in the past too, right? I think the hardest I've ever laughed while streaming in my life was playing through Human Fall Flat with Fog. It was genuinely one of the funniest streams I've ever done in my life. Like, my chest hurt for like 3 days after that fucking thing. I don't really have much value to sell them, so trade. Very disappointing. Much lack of dino. How's the dino update so far? I mean, I'm just playing a relatively normal surface fort. It's been pretty chill so far. Nothing too out of the ordinary. But I'm sure stuff will happen sooner than later. Or we'll see more interesting things sooner than later. We have seen a little bit of new stuff. But nothing crazy so far. I mean, no more advisable than it would be normally. Literally all they need to do to patch DF hack for the update is change the version number. Unless they're adding their own features. So like literally the only difference between DF hack yesterday and DF hack today is it's the right version number to be compatible. It's one of those games you can rip a bong and watch for a streamer type shit. Yeah. Like when you reboot Dwarf Therapist? Yeah, I don't even... It's been so long since I've run Dwarf Therapist. Just gonna make 80 cabinets, not that I need them. That's probably gonna be big enough, I think. What even is Dwarf Therapist? A crappy, outdated piece of software. Sorry. That, like, manages your dwarf's jobs for you. I kind of hate it with a passion. But some people use it for nostalgia reasons, and some people use it because it's how they learn to play the game, and they don't know how to play the game any other way. Used it for matchmaking only? Sure. I just don't like looking at it. Remember, I'm just going to restate what I just said, Sophidus. Good old days? Those were good days? My God, man. We have different definitions of good. But that's okay. It's called being human, right? You... I'm just gonna start a general process plants job. Because I'm gonna have so many plants that are gonna need to be processed. Then forgot about it? Sounds about right. Witch bonk. Also, which bonk is Witchraptor? Because that's the name of my fort. It's Witchraptor. I need to fill these in with cabinets. That's something that we need to do. Get those built up. Need to build out this level a little bit more. Did anyone good? I think that's my biggest issue with Dwarf Therapist, is it makes people focus way too much on the stats of the dwarf currently. And like, it encourages too much micromanaging, which I actually think is a bad thing in Dwarf Fortress. Because to me, like, but that's just my playstyle, I guess. A large majority of the enjoyment I get out of Dwarf Fortress is being like, this dwarf has 35 kills. What weapon are they using? What do you mean they're using a bronze hatchet? Well, there's no way that should be as effective as it is, but I guess they figure out how to use it and then just like rolling with it. And I really like that about Dwarf Fortress. And I think that it would be very easy for me to fall completely into just like obsessing over micromanaging. It's like when I draw, I can't draw with a ruler, because if I draw with a ruler and lines start getting even remotely off center, it'll drive me nuts and I will throw the drawing away. I kind of feel the same as I do about like, I feel the same way about that as I do about like micromanaging the dwarves. Like, I can certainly see why it would have its uses and why some people would be very fond of it, but like, yeah. Playing off a Linux laptop, though, you have a gaming rig, Windows. I have to say, DFhack is only cool for viewing the isometric view. I mean, sure. I mean, I use it for quick save. Like, I think quick save and occasionally exterminate for stuff that's stuck is like the most use that I get out of it. Which, like, you know, that's fine. Those are valid uses. Let's throw the dogs that aren't trained for hunting or war into here and the puppies in here. By that, I mean the meat and leather stock. I'm not micromanaging at all. I mean, I was lurking in a stream the other day, Twisted, and I was watching somebody like who had, I don't know, maybe 40 different custom roles and jobs and several dozen work orders. And they were like very aggravated with like how do I put this? How many job cancellations they were getting. And I guarantee you it was just because they like set up their jobs in such a way that they're literally like it wasn't possible for certain jobs to be completed. And like, I find that overmanaging tends to make me fuck up most of the time. So I just kind of don't, or I try not to. Sure, yeah, I mean, you need DFhack to be able to do that when things are alive. I mean, I use DFhack to check death cause sometimes. Like, there's a few different instances where I will occasionally, like, check, like, the status of stuff, and, you know, that's part of the fun. Dwarf is just, like, having a hell of a time, hey? I think I need to make a bigger stairwell here. Because this is, like, it's not working. This ain't working. It's not good, boss. I don't know what it is, but it's not working. It's not working out. And the military couldn't get to it to exterminate? Yeah, this is a solvable issue. Like, sure, there's definitely like occasional instances where it's like, fuck it, I'm frustrated with this, just nuke it. But I think that like there's a lesson to be learned there, which is like, well, maybe you should have Mark Dwarves set up, you know, like have like a squad of Mark Dwarves on standby. Maybe that area needs a wall there next time, you know. It's something that you need to learn to not encounter next time, right? I really wish that DFhack had 90% of its features disabled by default. Then I would recommend it to everybody. Like, if DFhack had like everything disabled except for some of the basic UI elements by default, I would recommend it a lot more. I don't recommend it because it has everything enabled. And like kind of encourages the player to like do things that they aren't going to fully understand, which is just going to make like their gameplay harder in a lot of cases. Oh, did I never like click assign? I guess I didn't. Jesus. Okay. It's like, why? I was sitting here wondering why my messenger hadn't like gone out to go do that other mission. I was like, well, and it couldn't reach. You should have made crossbow dwarves. They're just mobile bolt throwers. I'm just saying that like there's a lesson that you could learn from that incident, so that you don't encounter that again. But obviously, it's not helpful in hindsight, right? Is that it tempts you to cheat too much and killing invading dragons? What? Not make owning invading dragons? We are not the same. Like, I see a cool creature walk out of my map, I'm like, man, I should murder this thing. But also, what if I keep it? I just become fucking Bilbo in Lord of the Rings. It's like, but what if I keep it? Instead of like, oh no, there's a dragon attacking. It's time to grab the spears. It's like, but the dragons are so rare. Always keep it, my precious. Indeed, right? But it's mine! Yes, exactly. It's like random Gorlak walks through the caves. I want it. It's mine. Join me, my precious. You shall never leave, is kind of how I feel whenever I see that kind of thing. All right. Anyway, there's an ad break running, so I'm just going to leave the game paused, but I'm going to build some nest boxes. I'm just gonna go up to here, click this, click this. Servants? That's not very dwarfy. The more you grow up, the more you realize, wait, you mean that Frodo wasn't the hero? It was Sam? Of course it was Sam. There's a command which is make own. If you watch the dragon video, I cover this in about half a second and 3 frames, but I say you can also cheat by just making them join you with DFHack. But I like to do this the real way. Like there's several different, or no, that's the expose everything. I state that you can, no, I make the polar bear people join me with make own. Is the thing that I did in that video. Bombadil was the mandatory side story and musical number. Fam, what's up? Dwarf Fortress does things to your risk assessment abilities that make them seem worse to people. Sometimes it isn't even true. Wait, what? What do you mean by does things to risk assessment? No, it's not true. It's not a glitch. That's an intended feature that they can't speak. They're not supposed to be able to join. It's intended that they're not supposed to be able to join, but there's nothing stopping them from joining. They just have to join a faction in World Gen, which doesn't happen almost ever. With a beard? I don't know. Pick one. So no, that's not a glitch. That's intended. Very good. Like, there's a lot of creatures that, like, are just unfinished. Like, Gorlaks are intelligent enough to be able to join a fort, but they just don't. They come and drink in the tavern, though? Are they visitors? Like, because they could be, like, I guess what I'm trying to explain to you is there's 2 types of plump helmet people that you'll see. There are wild ones, and then there are ones that have joined, like, performance groups or other factions. If they're in a performance group, then yeah, they can join your fort, and they generally will. They'll ask, like, someone else in the performance group will ask to join. If they are wild ones, they're not hanging out in the tavern. They're lost and probably terrified and about to die. You want the manager? Okay. The manager's office is in between the other 2 offices, which is sharing a little triple space here because you're the middle manager. I just want you to know that. Silas. Shot pages. You can also drink without talking. It's your usual bar habit. Book. Back table. Booze. Silence. Yes. Has an overbearing personality, tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, has a tendency to go in alone without considering the advice of others. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. That's why you're a manager. And he is he is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and is given to flights of fancy. He tends to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and when he gets excited, it's easy to tell because he drums his fingers. And he often tells pointless stories when he's bored. Yeah, sure. This one time, I went all the way across the world and took a nap. It was a good day. Anyway, he needs alcohol to get through the working day and grumbles mildly at shit weather. But is a hardened individual. He dreams of raising a family and personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. He does not care about art one way or another and dreams of family raising. He likes lemonite and sterling silver and bandfire opal and black-handed gibbon leather and sheep horn crosses, mail shirts, hatch covers, specters of fire for their horrifying features. All right, hot stuff. I thought that you were terrified in the face of imminent danger. Anyway, he likes the words of the gravel of aquamarine and when possible prefers to consume mackerel, white millet beer, bitter melon leaves, and hates mussels. I'm going to just reiterate. Something running into your tavern and taking your alcohol does not mean that it wants to join you. One of the only things that grizzly bears do is they run into your fortress and drink your alcohol and try to leave. And they will get into fights with you on the way in. That's not uncommon amongst wild animals in Dwarf Fort. That does not mean that they want to join you. And that does not mean that there's a bug preventing them from joining you. That isn't to say that you're playing the game wrong. I'm just trying to reiterate. The thing that you encountered is not a bug. That's all. I don't know how else to say it, but it's not a bug. It's not a glitch. It's not an issue. It's not a problem. It's not like a design flaw. It's literally like the way the game is intended. That's all I'm trying to reiterate. They didn't leave. Gnomes can do that. Doesn't mean that they're trying to join you. It's not a bug. It's not a glitch. It's not... Gorlax can do that. Sure. Yes, certainly. I give up. I'm just saying. If you're using DF hack to hack the game to make something join you that's not supposed to join you, that doesn't mean that there's a bug in the game. It just means you want them to join your fort, and that's fine. It reads like you're disagreeing with me, so. But I believe it, because I've seen it. I'm just being a nitpicky asshole, that's all. And I'm also looking for willow trees. There we go. It's like looking for a needle in a forest. They come, hide your socks, drink your booze, socialize, and leave without you even remembering? Generally, yeah, or they get stepped on and die. Anyway, the reason I said it's not very dwarfy to have them as servants, as you said, is because it is against dwarven ethics, according to the game, to have slaves of any kind or indentured servitude. So that's what makes it not very dwarfy. But I've had little mushroom duders in my forts before. It's always fun. Okay, well, let's just change the subject because I feel like we're going in a circle. True. What do I think about Europa Universalis 5? It looks like a map. That's it. That's all thoughts. Head empty. I've never played it, is what I should actually say. YouTube chat is just like going down a list of like very big games that take 1 billion hours to learn. And is asking me for trivia, I guess. Besides, I don't know, looks like a map is probably the best I could actually come up with. Still looks like a map, just a slightly uglier, lower resolution map. When building floors, don't build floors underneath things that need to be moved. But go to this screen and then just click these unsuspend buttons. It's way more straightforward. Like hit T on the keyboard and then unsuspend them up in here if they suspend a bunch of them. I'm not placing fields. These are dirt roads. It's stopping tree saplings from growing. As somebody who is decisively not a Paradox nerd or fan, really, at all, especially, like, after what they did to Harebrained Schemes, yeah, I have no love for Paradox. I mean, the best Paradox published games of all time were City Skylines 1, Magicka, and the hard copy of Mountain Blade, the original one. Those are like the games I think I spent the most time in from Paradox. Magicka is very fun, yeah. Somebody else asked me not an hour ago, Freezing Tuna, and I've watched it, I've read about it, I have not played it. In regards to Aurora 4X games. Or Aurora 4X. I don't know why I said games, but... In fact, I think it was you that asked me that an hour ago, but maybe I'm going crazy. Uh-oh, there's Kias on this map. They're out there honking their horns and causing traffic. Need some Kia boys to go bip them. They did not publish Mountain Blade, but they helped facilitate the existence of the hard copy of the first Mountain Blade, which I bought in the discount bin at Zellers in good old Canada for 1 penny because it wasn't in their system. And I vividly remember asking my mom if I could have the game with the dude with the sword on the cover on the horse. And she looked at it and goes, I don't know, it's rated T, you're fine. And I went, yay. Pre-Warband, yep. Nope, just the original. I've never actually played Warband, which, I don't know. That's another one of those games where people are like, oh, you haven't lived unless you've played the exact version of the game that I played. I don't know, I lost a summer to the pre-Warband, no mods, OG game. Was I ever even remotely competent at it, though? Nope. Most of your current colleagues were in gaming before I applied there as well. It's a as well. Very toxic business. That sucks. What a buggy but comedic experience. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. In regards to Magicka. There's a Kia here. They're trying to get my stuff, but one of them got caught in a cage trap, so that's good. I'm going to take these squads and say, go to the route. Go patrol my upper wall, please. Go shoot some Kias, amongst other things. Pew, pew. And some migrants have arrived. Look at that. Got some nice metalsmiths. Got some carpenters. Got a pony. Great. Got a pig. Got a jurist. Typical. Got a doctor. Well, that's probably good. You can immediately become my chief medical dwarf because you actually have some skills in doctoring. I mean, I don't think it's been updated in a while, hey? In regards to OG Warband, or Mountain Blade even. I think it makes sense that it's a crash fest, even though that kind of sucks, but kind of is the way of things. Gonna butcher this Kia. I highly doubt it. Darky dark, dark, dark. My advice when it comes to DF hack is turn off everything. And then slowly as time goes by, enable things that you think that you need. Because if you do it that way, then you'll know and realize what everything actually does. Instead of just having a bunch of stuff that, like, might be doing something, or might not. But also, for every 3 people that agree with me and think I'm right, there's 5 people who think I'm wrong and disagree with me. So, you know, is what it is. No. Bloodpool. I streamed the ASCII graphics for almost 5 years and spent years explaining to people what they were looking at. I'll occasionally enable them just for a little bit of nostalgia and or just having to look at it. But, like, no, I don't play this game with the ASCII graphics enabled. There's either something forbidden on there or there's a bird above us. There we go. Dwarf finally returned from that mission. And let's see how it went. The proposal was a great success. I mean, chat's super, super fast moving and busy right now, so obviously I'll answer. You have only activated the stuff that have problems with in-game, like instruments being stuck? Yeah, sure. I mean, you can run a lot of those commands manually, too. So, like, things like web drop, which is, like, webs can get stuck in the air, and then they can be inaccessible, and you can use the command which drops webs. You can auto-set that, and then it's always happening. But, like, or you can be like me, where, you know, every 5 years, you're like, I'm just going to drop all the webs. That's the way I prefer to do it. The proposal was a great success. So, chat, I mentioned earlier in the stream that I have somewhere that I need to go in the evening today. So I have about 30 minutes left of stream before I have to leave. How about we open up the arena? Go look at some dinosaurs. What do you think, chat? We've seen some of the creatures, like a handful of different creatures. Like we have the giant dragonflies that are just on the map. Like this is technically one of the new prehistoric critters. But like, it's generally just the same as it always was. I mean, there was like what 300 creatures in Dwarf Fortress before something ish, and now there's what 400 something. So we're just going to save right here. And I'm going to go over to here. Click that twice. Did I use adventure mode to find locations? Nope. No, I just settled somewhere that was in the middle of everything. And I'm going to go to war with a bunch of elves because I'm chopping down loads of trees. And those trees are, how do I put this? Going to definitely start wars, and they have tame ones already. So I'm going to trade with them first, though. So who's ready to see some dinos fight? Quick, chat. Name a dino. This is definitely not just me getting footage for a news video. This is definitely me just getting footage for a news video, okay?